This is the May 6, 2026 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:02 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Person who engaged in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. A reminder for those who have joined us via WebEx. Please note that we are not using the chat option in WebEx, as those written statements are not visible to members of the public who are attending the meeting in person or have called in. You may indicate your desire to be recognized by raising your hand in the application. That completes my initial announcement.
Thank you, Administrator Young. If we can go ahead and call item number 1.
Yes, item number 1. Call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. It is my understanding that Member
Sangiardi should be here around 5 o'clock, and Vice Chair Stein, I heard from, should be here around 4:10.
Yes, on the call of the roll. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Schmidt present. Member LaHood.
Present.
LaHood present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Sugarman present. Member Kumar. Kumar absent. Member Anderson.
Present.
Anderson present. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Pelpel.
Present.
Pelpel present. Sangiardi absent. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Vice Chair Stein.
Like I said, she should be here around 4:10, so absent for now.
Absent. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Yankee present. We have a quorum. Oh, my apologies. You're not on our vote sheet. And we have our ex officio member from the mayor's office, Michael Adams, present at this time.
Okay, so we have a quorum. Administrator Young, are you aware of any agenda changes?
I am not aware of any agenda changes.
I am not as well, but let's go ahead and take public comment in case there is any on that item.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item number 1 at this time, you can use the application to raise your hand or press *3 if you're calling in. There's nobody in the room at this time. There is no indication of public commenters at this time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Member Wolf.
can we introduce our legal counsel too, please?
Oh, sure. Did you want to announce yourself?
Oh, one moment. Go ahead.
DCA Mary Kumikihara present.
Thank you. It's hard for me to see the resolution on the camera. It's not so good. Thank you.
Okay, with no public comment, I think we can move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the April 1st, 2026 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting minutes.
Okay, did anyone have any edits? Or if not, did we have a motion to approve them? Doesn't sound like there's any edits. If not, is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes then? Okay, moved by Member Anderson to approve the meeting minutes. Is there a second to that?
Member Highland seconds.
Seconded by Member Highland. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who wish to provide comment on item number 2, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. No indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that.
Yes, on that motion. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. San Gerardi, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes with Member Pilpel voting no on the matter.
Okay, let's go ahead and call item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of order determinations. File number 25033, gains against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 25090, HB Safe against Supervisor Mahmood. File number 25091, HB Safe against the Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 26013, Kugalari against the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department. File number 26019, Kenturuti against the Department of Emergency Management. File number 26021, Ingram against the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department. File number 26024, Petrellis against Supervisor Mandelman. File number 26026, Rosowski against the Office of the Assessor Recorder.
Okay, do we have any edits to this? If not, is there a motion to approve? Member Pilpel.
Sorry, still going through it. I found some non-substantive edits to wit on first item 25033, bottom of page 2, public comment line should be struck. On 25090, that shouldn't be bold in the action. On 250, no, excuse me, hold on.
What was that last one so that our administrators can keep up? On what page?
I'll provide it. It was page 2 of 25090.
Are you talking about not having the vote bolded?
Yeah.
Okay.
On 26019, the Cantaruti matter, other than adding member where applicable in the action, and the action should be bold, the vote in committee was missing, just says 3-0 without indicating who. And I haven't gotten through the last two. So with the non-substantive edits and any other edits that might come in, I would move to approve these orders.
Okay, motion to approve these orders of determination with the edits stated by Member Pilpel. Is there a second to that?
And I noticed, for example, on 26019, on the action, I'll have to check my notes, but I suspect the action that we took was to find DEM had a violation, but it wasn't just 67.21. I suspect that we were more specific. It was probably 21B.
Which page are you referring to?
Page 26019, page 2.
6. You know what page that is of the packet? Member Pilpel?
I think it's 14 on that item if you're looking at the digital version.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't page numbered on my.
For the record, Vice Chair Stein and Member Kumar are present at 4:13. That's for. And for the people just joining us, we are on item number 3, discussing the orders of determination and the edits to them. Okay, so we were. Looks like that would have been 6721B. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
Member Hood.
No, I was just going to say, could Member Pilpel said many things. I'm not clear on what the motion is. But thank you.
I think he is making a motion to approve the orders of determination with the edits that he read into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other edits, Member Pilpel, that you wanted to wrap up into that motion?
I'm finding a couple others if you want me to just mention it on.
I think we need to have them all before we vote.
That's fine. 26024, the two references to the violation should be 67.29-5A.
Oh, I see. Okay, where it says 60, okay, it says 29-5. It's missing the 67 in both of those.
I think that captures the important stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll
Uh,
second the motion.
all right. So we have that a motion by Member Pilpel to approve the ODs with the edits that he read into the record, seconded by Member LaHood. Not seeing any other hands, so I think those are all the edits that we have. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who wish to provide comment on this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 around the telephone or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. Okay, we have one hand raised at this time.
Okay.
Hello, member. Hello, commenter. You may begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am the petitioner. I'm just kind of giving an update. I appreciate you guys' effort on this. Excuse me?
I apologize. This is just on this.
Yeah, caller, this is just on approving the order of determination. So if you have comments about approving the order of determination, now's the time to make it. But if you're talking about, I think, based on your name, I believe you also have something else on the agenda.
Correct.
We'll get to that later. So these comments is only about the order of determination and whether or not that should be approved.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Austin.
I'm sorry, did you have additional comments to make then?
Nope, sorry.
Okay. We will give you another opportunity for public comment when we get to your item later.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public commenters?
There are no other indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, so we can go ahead and close public comment and take the vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion to approve the order of determination as amended. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Hood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson. Aye. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
All right.
Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein, absent.
Nope,
No,
he's here.
here.
My apologies. Vice Chair Stein.
Should I vote? I didn't hear the motion that was read.
The motion is to approve the orders of determination with those edits that Member Pilpel was discussing.
I was just raising my hand to ask what are the amendments?
Oh,
They were non-substantive. They were just to clean up some code sections. Yeah.
Didn't hear that. Okay, aye.
okay, so it was an aye from Vice Chair Stein.
Yes. Member San Girardi is absent. I might have messed up. Did I ask for Member Kumar's vote?
No. But my vote is aye. You didn't ask for my vote though, so no for that. And yes, thanks for remembering.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes
I
without
don't
objection.
think I said anything.
Oh, I think we missed some.
Did I?
Yeah. Yeah, want to take a big sip of your tea?
That motion passes.
Did everyone vote?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so that motion passes. And I think we move on to the next item.
Item number 4. My apologies on these delays. I just like to note the time. Item number 4, elections of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force officers pursuant to Article 3, Section 5 of the bylaws.
Is it that time already?
It's that time. Yeah, we do it every year in May for the bylaw. So we'll start with chair.
I nominate Chair Yankee.
I second that.
I third it.
Okay, I'll continue. But if there's any other nominations, feel free.
Actually, I would like to make a comment in support of this tripled and quadrupled nomination of Chair Yankee. I think Chair Yankee is doing an amazing job keeping track of many different items that, not only the complaints as they come in, but keeping track of issues that come up again and again and trying to keeping track of which departments we need to discuss things with, having conversations with ethics when appropriate, communicating with the DCAs and our administrators. And I think Chair Yankee does an amazing job, and I just want to support all of these nominations on the record. This is Member LaHood.
Thank you, Member LaHood. And I'll just let everyone know there's a lot of work behind the scenes. I was just for fun, I was looking to see how many emails I've sent since I was chair. 1,592. So there is a lot that goes on between each meeting.
I would not like to request a copy of any of those.
They're not that interesting.
I believe that.
Are you sure you don't want to edit them?
I'm sure I don't.
I just want to say something quick too.
Sure, Member
I second that sentiment from Member LaHood, but I also encourage you to take some time off because I know how hard you've been working, having been in that seat before, and you're doing, double and triple the job, and I really appreciate that. It's very spot on, and I encourage you to take some time off.
One day I will be definitely needing a vacation. Okay. Not seen any other. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something?
I just wanted to say the day Chair Yankee told me he's from the Midwest, he became my favorite person.
You're from Michigan, right?
No, I lived in Chicago, but
Chicago, okay.
I'm personally biased towards anybody from the Midwest because I think everybody from the Midwest is the best. So yes, vote for Chair Yankee.
Okay. Seeing no other nominations, let's go ahead and vote on that.
I just want to check. It was moved by Member Highland and seconded by Member Anderson.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on this matter? You can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3 on the telephone or otherwise using application to raise your hand. I see no indications of public comment at this time.
Okay. Let's take a vote on that then.
Yes, on that motion. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Smith.
Aye.
Smith, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. San Girardi, absent. Member Wolf.
Emphatically, aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay. Nominations and election of vice chair.
I will nominate Vice Chair Stein to continue in the position.
I second that.
Okay. Vice Chair Stein, you accept?
I will accept, but I'll say if somebody else wants to do it, I'm also open to other people doing it, but I will accept that.
I think somebody should say something nice. I'm happy to do it again unless somebody else wants to jump in.
Did it so eloquently.
Oh, I see, Member Sugarman, sorry, I shouldn't be calling on you, but
I don't have something long to say other than, in addition to serving on this board, I serve on the complaint committee with Member Stein and Member Schmidt. And I think that Member Stein is very meticulous and very attentive and very balanced. And I think that all of those things are great for the Sunshine Force, in addition to the work she does with the annual report as well.
I want to second that too. I mean, I just think that, we're so lucky to have Vice Chair Stein with us, and the work that she's done on the annual report, I think is just phenomenal. And I think it's such a great messaging tool, and we'd be so lost without her leadership on that. So I also want if Vice Chair Stein ever wants to try a meeting, I'm happy to let her take it for once. So let me know. That offer stands open. Member Kumar?
I just wanted to say, we need leaders like Vice Chair Stein. I don't know if a lot of people know on this board, she has incredible international experience as well. And I feel like given the state of the world and where we're heading in this country, we need more leaders like Laura Stein to take this country forward. We would be nothing without someone like her.
I agree with all the statements.
Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that then.
Yes, if you would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Okay, we have one hand raised at this time. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I too just want to agree with all the statements and the board. I really appreciate the work you guys do in the few meetings that I've attended. You guys have been very organized and helpful, and I think that you guys are doing a great job. So that's for everybody and for the nominated members.
We appreciate that, caller. Thank you. Any other public commenters?
There are no other commenters on the line.
Okay, public comment is closed, and we can go ahead and take the vote on that.
Yes, on that motion. Member LaHood.
aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member San Girardi, absent. Member Wolf.
Equal emphatic aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5.
Item
Member
number,
Pilpel?
Yeah, quick question. I went back and finished my work on the orders. I did find that one of the orders that's in the packet is 25094, but it's not listed on the agenda. So why don't I let you figure out at some point if we want it?
There was, what is that one? Because there was one member Pilpel that I had asked, actually there were two that I'd asked the administrator to remove since they shouldn't have been there.
Oh, okay.
And that was one of them.
Okay, all right.
Because that was
it was a closure.
it was a closure that should not have been in there, right?
Okay, so we're not,
The motion did
Okay.
not include that. That's why it was removed from the agenda, but apparently our administrator forgot to remove it from the packet.
okay, so fine.
Yep.
If it gets reopened, then we'll do it, but if
Correct.
not, then it just.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm good.
This is Administrator Peterson. That is correct. The packet was being developed in advance, and that item was not removed.
Okay, item number 5.
Item number 5 is proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws related to Article 4, Section 11, hearing procedures for complaints.
Okay, so two things are in here. The first is a copy of the bylaws. I worked with Administrator Peterson to update these to include everything that we passed in our last meeting. So everyone hopefully took a look at those, and if you saw any glaring errors, please let us know. And then the second part of this is there was one proposed amendment that we continued from our last meeting. And so I will turn it over to whomever on the complaint committee I think wanted to sponsor this or was pushing this one forward. I don't know who that was.
That would be me, and I appreciate holding off until I am present because I missed the last meeting. As you can see, this is it's a terse amendment. We considered in committee multiple ideas for trying to corral the consumption of time for these meetings. There's many we considered, and we either decided they were unworkable or we couldn't agree to them. We had, I believe, 3, maybe 4 that we eventually got out of committee, and I know those were handled last month, sorry. This also cleared committee the idea of a 30-minute limit on deliberation. And I think that, we talked about other kinds of time limits, and it seemed like if we put time limits on individuals, that would be an administrative nightmare. But this may not, because if we have, say, 5 matters on calendar, that means 5 times we have to start a clock, and the clock is just one clock, 30 minutes. So it seems like this would be manageable. It's not really necessary that it be precise. Someone could just look at their watch to see what time it is that we start deliberations. I think that the idea here is that deliberation be it would follow questioning. So if people know that deliberation is coming up and there's a 30-minute limit, then they will ask their questions, hopefully, during the question and answer period. The deliberation period of 30 minutes would cause people to not use deliberation time to hopefully be prepared and have it be limited and not sort of open ranging, with the idea in mind of, again, of protecting people's time here. The idea of deliberation, much of it is about making motions. And I believe that, just as a personal matter, I've seen that if people think that deliberation is unlimited, then maybe they don't make a motion. They wait for someone else to make a motion. If 30 minutes go by and the case is not dealt with, I mean, it would be great if it is decided within 30 minutes. Deliberation is, well, let's say deliberation is closed, but whatever we have considered to be the deliberation of making motions is not closed. But it is limited to, if you want to speak at this time, you have to make it in the form of a motion. And so, I mean, I think the addition of subsection D here is somewhat simple. I don't think that's something that would cause too much opposition. The 30-minute deliberation, it would be a change. I think that we were asked to come up with ideas as a committee, and I don't know if we necessarily felt like we came up with decisive ideas with sort of overwhelming, like just, mind-blowing concepts of ideas. But the ones that we came up with, we believe were workable. And so I think that there not being maybe that many great ways of limiting the length of time that we spend in task force meetings. For that reason, I believe that this very terse and administratively doable option should be hopefully well considered by people on the task force here.
Okay. Thank you, Member Schmidt. And for the record, 434 Member Sangiardi has joined us. Member Kumar.
I had a question about this. I don't know if it's an amendment. About the parental leave policy. I just wanted to know, like, how many years does the task force member have to be on the task force to take the leave? Just want, because that's not specified in 67B.1.
I don't think there is a time that actually came out of a, I believe, an ordinance passed by the board of supervisors that essentially mandated that every board and commission adopt a parental leave policy. And so we just basically took the boilerplate language that came from the city attorney's office and inserted it into our bylaws. That was 3-4 years ago, I want to say. If you have specific questions about that, I would work with our DCAs on it. I don't know much more of the background. That wasn't something that we kind of developed. That came kind of top down to us.
I was just curious, yeah.
Member Pilpel here. The parental leave policy actually flowed from a ballot measure that the voters passed that then required the board to pass an ordinance to then require each body to include that. On this particular item, I appreciate the notice in the packet. In the future, if we could date the notice when it was posted, that would be fantastic. And if we can get a copy of the current bylaws in the binder that's in the room. I just wanted to put that on the record. As to this specific proposal, with respect, I believe that this deliberation is closed after 30 minutes would only apply to section 11, subsection 6. The complaint is with the task force for discussion, motion, and deliberations. It would not apply to the previous points in the process.
This would be, well, that it's a good question because maybe there's some ambiguity here. The intention was that it would only apply to the consideration of a petition complaint, but not the other items that are on our agendas. That's your question, right?
No, that answers a different question, but that's good.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just saying that the 30-minute limit, if this is adopted, would not include the complainant respondent's time, the public comment time, and the question time. It's only for item 6 here, the point of where a matter is with the task force for discussion, motion, and deliberation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is, I believe that's how it's written, and that is the intention.
Okay.
It would not limit the testimony or the question answer period.
Okay.
And that was part of how I believe we thought it would be workable.
Okay. So again, with respect, I hope that in general, we can handle deliberations much faster than 30 minutes, assuming that we've already heard from parties and had Q&A. I'm concerned that if there's a matter for whatever reason that requires more deliberation, that we not limit ourselves in this way. We certainly could expand or contract the time by motion or by consensus. And again, with respect on item D, to make a motion to continue the matter, there are any number of other things that can happen under Robert's rules, and I wouldn't want to restate all of them in the bylaws. There's already a provision in Article 4, Section 5, Conduct of Meetings, that except where laws or other rules provide to the contrary, meetings shall be governed by Robert's rules. So the fact that one can make a motion to continue, one could also make a motion to table, to refer a matter to committee, to do any number of things. I'm not inclined to include this at this time. I think the changes that we made last time are okay. I think we should see how those work. And so at this point, I am inclined against this particular amendment, but I'm open to further changes as warranted. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Pilpel. Member LaHood.
I am also inclined against this. I agree with Member Pilpel. I thought the other changes, or I don't know, I am not in favor of this change. I think we can help each other move things along faster in other ways, and I don't think it's appropriate to add this to our bylaws.
I'll go next. I really appreciate the thought process behind this one. Although I'm inclined to agree with Member LaHood and Member Pilpel on this. I think in our last meeting, we approved a variety of changes that I think kind of shares the responsibility, and we put limits on the number of times members can talk. We also, I don't want to say we limited, but I would say to a certain extent streamlined the public comment process, and we did take some time away from the presentations from the parties. So I think all of us kind of shared in the sacrifice of making these shorter. My concern with this one is that at times we do get complex cases, and it does run more than 30 minutes. And I wouldn't want us to rush through the item thinking that, we need to come up with some type of motion, even if it's not a great motion. I think Member Pilpel's point that hopefully on the majority of these, we can be complete before 30 minutes. And I think we oftentimes are. But I always worry when we have hard set time limits. And I'm not necessarily, and not that I think any of us are doing this now, but my other concern, perhaps forward looking, could be if one member in their one chance to, or in their two chances to talk for 20 minutes, that's 10 minutes for everyone else. And so I'm not sure that really allows equal opportunity to deliberate. It could allow one member to take a huge chunk of those 30 minutes. So I'd be inclined to see how the changes we made last time work and maybe revisit this if we need to tweak it further.
Member Highland here. This is slightly off topic, but in my years on this body, we've tried many things. I thought the best one was the vice chair at the time would start a shot clock and kind of just pop up and say, we're at 15 minutes, we're at 30 minutes, we're now at 45 minutes. I would love to see that go one step further. Two things I'd like to see. I'd like to see, the clock that Victor looks at. We could have one that faces us. You can see the 2 minutes to 4 minutes to have an idea. And also, once the items before us, it starts our clock, just so everyone's aware, just a visual recognition of where we are in this item wouldn't hurt. You know, sometimes we get lost down, you know, certain paths of inquiry, which we should, but also to have that there would, I think, give everyone an unconscious sense that, okay, we've, you know, we've given a lot of time to this. We've got 5 other, you know, virgin cases behind it, which may take a long time. And I think that might just help us all self-regulate a little bit. So if that's technology that IT department can give us, great. Maybe Vic can answer that, but I'd love to see a shot clock that we see, you know, both for, you know, all the public speakers and for us. Is that something, I don't know if we want to consider that separately, but I think that, you know, it can't hurt. And that in conjunction with the ones that we've already put in place, who knows, maybe we'll get somewhere.
I think that's a good question. I don't know, Administrator Young or Administrator Peterson, if you guys happen to have
In the room, it does display. There's one right on the podium for the members of the public to use. I'm not sure if you log in on the system, if it'll show you the clock or not, but I don't have a login at the moment.
Wouldn't it just show the whole item rather than, you know, public
I'm
time?
not sure. I haven't tested that.
Yeah. What does your clock look like? Like you have one there, right?
I have control panel.
You have a control, but there used to be a clock a few years ago. There used to be
Uh,
a red LED clock that we used to see.
Red, the 42.
oh, that's the recording time.
Oh, okay.
We'll take
That's
it.
on WebEx.
We'll take it. I mean, whatever, something, anything. That I don't know if this is worth.
Member Popo?
Yeah, to Member Highland, I think that's actually an interesting idea. Some rooms have different clocks and different things. One thing that we could see about is, as you say, a digital clock that's visible wherever it's put, that's visible to everyone in the room, that says 2 things, actually, that says what item number we're on, because, hey, wow, who knows? And how much elapsed time there is on that item from when we start. So
Even
you
that's
say-
good, even that's good enough. Item
Yeah.
3, 42 minutes and
Yeah,
counting. I mean,
exactly.
even that's good for us. That'll work at the start.
And even if it's not permanent, if there's some way to like hang it during our meeting, and I've got to believe with all the technology in this city, somebody either has or could construct such a
There has to be an
device or-
old analog clock downstairs in the IT department basement that can be resuscitated for this. I don't know,
like
something.
that. Anyway, it's probably a good project for someone to figure out.
I have Member St. Girardi and then Member Wolf and then Vice Chair Stein.
My apologies for being tardy. Would have been free on what item
Oh, we are on item number 5.
and
Case in point. Case in point.
uh,
No, I don't think we changed anything,
We did,
item 5.
we're on item 5.
Great.
but this is off topic, so.
And what is are we on a motion?
We're discussing the proposal that's in the packet. This is the one to limit deliberations to 30 minutes. If you look on the packet, it's on the final page, page 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that we're not.
Yeah.
Motion, like.
No, we're not.
A motion hasn't been
We,
called.
we just discussed that and now we're going on to other things, but there has been no motion.
Okay, Member Wolf, I have you next.
Okay, so I agree with the sentiment to hold off on this one. I would just say, I listening to Member Highland, and Member Pilpel about some sort of shot clock or stop clock or what have you. I agree with something like that. In the meantime, most of us, if not all of us, have smartphones. You can certainly open up your stopwatch or timer, set it for however you want. You feel is comfortable for you for speaking, and do a little self-facilitation in the meantime. I found that to be very helpful when I see a clock running and then I'm talking, and now I see it's gone by 3 minutes or it's gone by 5 minutes. It helps me self-regulate. So just a thought.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of this motion since I was one of the people who also brought it forward. I actually think self-regulation hasn't worked very well. We've been talking about self-regulation for years. And so this was a way to try to externalize it and create a little bit of external pressure to keep the deliberation timely. I do recognize that we do make a lot of deliberations where we're well under 30 minutes. But there are occasions where, and I really think it's kind of the culture of the board, as I think I've said before, there's like a drive, people want to drive to consensus. They kind of feel better if everybody kind of agrees with the vote. So we do have a lot of votes that are majority votes. And I think that's nice. I don't think that's the only way to come to a resolution, and that we could have, that there's probably enough sentiment on one side or another within 30 minutes of deliberation after all the questions and everything have been asked. And I like the 30-minute limit because it externalizes the pressure a little bit. And I think it would just help us get through things in a timely fashion and get to resolution for people's cases in a more timely way.
Member Kumar.
I second Member Stein, and I just want to add that I supported this last month as well. And my perspective is that there are some deliberations that take time. So maybe in those instances, we can refer to the chair and see if we need more time, and then we can let the chair decide. Some of the cases are pretty obvious and can end in 30 minutes. That said, I would be leaning towards more of we have maybe somebody timing, and then after 30 minutes, maybe we refer to the chair if we feel like deliberation should end. I'm trying to find a way to make everybody happy here. Maybe we can, if not 30, at least make it 45 minutes, and then we, refer to the chair if somebody can keep a tab on the time. Or we can do it unofficially. If everybody agrees that after 45 minutes, one of us can just raise their hand and say, it's been 45 minutes, can we move this ahead or something like that? Maybe give some kind of freedom to people on the committee to raise the red flag that it's been going on for everyone's been talking for too long. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Member Kumar. Member Schmidt.
Yes, I think that one of the reasons I was hoping to give some sort of tools were that I think I wanted to support the chair and give sort of some rules, guidelines that could be looked to as ways of limiting. I completely, I get that this is not something that the chair is supporting at this time. I want to, my second point at this point is that I think one of the themes that we had in committee is that we believe that this task force and its meetings are consumed by hearings on complaints. And it seems like the culture of this task force is that it's about complaints, and the complaints are the highlight of everything, and we live for complaints, and therefore we should spend 80-90% of our time hearing complaints. The committee has been trying to talk about how can we change that culture so that we consider the other powers of this task force to do the things that are enumerated in the statute, because there are several things that seem like they've in many ways gone dormant. They have almost no, they're just not happening. Such as, outreach, contact with the educational, our role as an educational body. I'm just giving those as examples of, it may not be clear how we utilize the other powers that we have, but I think that maybe it's a matter of comfort that we have is, oh, well, we can have a long list of complaints, and we can make ourselves feel, like we're getting something done because we make orders on complaints. It feels to me like complaints should consume less than half of what we do here in our hearings. And that's, I mean, the idea that each one should be 45 minutes, an hour, et cetera, that's certainly what it's always been. This is an idea to try to, throw a wrench into the works, and it may not work. But we ultimately we're hoping to do something, self-regulation. It doesn't seem like it's really worked. I agree with Member Stein. I think that that every member here has had a good point on this, but and maybe we go with the items that did pass in the last meeting, but I'll just leave it at that. Is that ultimately what we really were hoping to do is do a refocus and not just be churning through petitions and leaving the other roles almost, like abandoned. That's all.
Member Popel?
So here's a good example. We've been on this for 26 minutes. If you have a motion, let's hear a motion. If not, I suggest we move on.
I just want to make one super brief,
Public comment.
One super brief comment just to address a point that Member Kumar made, and anyone who may not have been here for our last meeting. We did discuss, I think her point was well made about pushing people to a motion, and I think Vice Chair Stein as well brought this up. I think something we haven't used is in Robert's rules. We discussed it a little bit last time. I think it just bears repeating here, that there is actually a motion under Robert's rules. We can call the question. That's not something we do often. When there's a motion out there and we keep talking and talking and talking, there's actually a mechanism right now that forces us to move in that direction. And so regardless of whether or not this passes or doesn't pass, I think that's something we still have in our tool set that we can use and often haven't used, but maybe should take another look at using it more often.
Can you just explain calling the question? Does that mean a motion has to be made, or?
Well, that's if a motion is made.
If a motion is made.
Right. So if there's motion on there and there's lots of discussion, we keep going around and around, and someone can call the question, then that moves with a 2/3 majority.
Okay.
Approval. We now just move right to, it ends debate, and we call the vote.
The reason why I was asking if there was a motion on the table, we were in discussion for that, was because when a motion had been made, I was calling.
Okay.
Which would have forced it at that moment, 10 minutes ago.
I just want to bring that up just as a reminder. That's all I have. Member Anderson?
And that's the one thing I was going to ask. So do we want to say something to the effect that once we start discussion, that the first thing you do is make a motion? When we start discussion, do we make a motion?
It does open it up to abuse, because the second that someone makes the motion and we start discussing.
Microphone.
Oh. The second that once we make a motion and start discussion, somebody could immediately call the question and would force a vote. So it does open itself up to abuse if that happens.
And often,
Well, it could be
a
an objection
prepared to
call
make a motion. They're still noodling through what to do. So it cuts different ways.
So, sorry, because I have my notes on Robert's Rules of Order, but I haven't seen this used much. When someone calls a question, they need a second, or?
Yes. Okay.
And it requires 2/3 vote to pass.
Right, I got it.
Because I think everyone who wanted to share their thoughts on this has shared their Member Adams?
Yeah, one more quick thing, which is just that I've just been listening to all the proposals and like counterpoints and stuff, and it seems like administratively it will be quite difficult to do the first thing I was thinking, which is just track speaking time on like a per item basis and a per member basis. Not to force any action, but just because I think it would be quite interesting. This is something that we tracked. And then as far as like self-policing goes, it would be easy to see like, oh man, I was talking more than I thought. it sounds like administratively that will be difficult. So I would say kind of in line with Robert's rules and parliamentary procedure in general, as people were discussing earlier, Chair Yankee, you're an absolute master of your craft. And so I was thinking that short of some sort of technology thing to track and manage every member, as the person who presides over the meeting, maybe just you have the timer. And like when it hits 30 minutes or something, like you call the question because you're in charge of the meeting. And like, I trust you to keep us on track if anyone's going to. So maybe there's some way that you as the chair, like can assert some control, which you have according to Robert's rules. And that way it's administratively easier because it's just you and it's kind of up to you.
Thank you. Member Schmidt?
I appreciate Member Pilpel's notation that we've spent 26 minutes on this. And for that reason, I make a motion to adopt the edits proposed as written.
Second. Okay. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member San Girardi. Okay. Let's open that up to public comment.
Yes, on the motion to approve the amendments for the bylaws, if you are a member of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium at this time. Or raise your hand if you're using the application by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or raise your hand through the application. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay. Public comment is then closed on this, and we can go ahead and take the vote.
Yes, on the motion to approve the bylaw amendments, Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member San Girardi. No. San Girardi, no. Member LaHood.
No.
LaHood, no. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Wolf.
Who was the second?
The second is San Girardi.
Generally, the second cannot vote no. It's generally,
Yes, they can. I think there, even the maker can vote against. They just can't speak against it. You can vote against it.
Never heard that before in all my years, but no for me.
Member Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. The motion passes by a vote of 6-5.
Can we read the names just to make sure that they're reflected appropriately, the dissenters?
Yes.
That was cool.
Yeah. On the vote, I have Member Schmidt voting aye, Member LaHood voting no, Member Sugarman voting aye, Member Kumar voting aye, Member Anderson voting aye, Member Highland voting aye, Member Pilpel voting no, Member San Girardi voting no, Member Wolf voting no, Vice Chair Stein voting aye, and Chair Yankee voting no.
Okay. Member LaHood?
I would just like to note that I believe there were members who were in support of some of the other changes about limiting the number of times people could speak who violated their own new rule. Just point of information if we're changing rules.
What was the result of this vote, please?
The motion passed by a vote of 6-5.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will work on this going forward now.
Member Highland here, and just for the sake of the body, this can always come up as a future item. It can be voted on again. So let's see how it works.
And we'll do another round of amending the bylaws, posting, binder, notice.
Yep.
And are we on to item 8?
We are now past 5 o'clock, so we're going to move to our special orders and move to item number 8. 6 and 7 need to wait until we do our special orders. So per special orders, we need to move to item 8. We will come back to items 6 and 7 after we finish our, be number 8 would be general public comment, and then all of the complaints.
Yes, item number 8,
Well, I'm sorry, Member Kumar?
Yeah, I had a request. I mean, we can discuss it when it comes to item number 7, but I wanted to bring it up now itself. I would like to request to switch to the complaints committee because the EOTC meeting timings and the it's not working for me.
Okay, we'll
So I
talk
wanted
about
to-
when we get there. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We'll get to item 7. We're not going to skip it, I promise you. We'll come back to it. So let's go to item number 8.
Item number 8, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you'd like to make general public comment at this time, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press star 3 if you're on the phone to indicate you'd like to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment, or use the application to raise your hand at this time. I have no indication of hands raised online, and there's nobody at the podium at this time.
Okay, there will be no public comment then for item number 8, and we can move on to the consent agenda, items 9 and 10, if you could read all those together.
Consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review files number 26034 and 26035 to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination or refer the matter to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and/or respondents are not required to attend today's meeting, but they may attend to provide testimony during public comment period for this item. Item number 9, file number 26034, the complaint filed by Lucas Ilia against the San Francisco Sheriff's Office for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 4/21/26, the complaint committee found that task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the task force consent agenda with the recommendation to find a violation of Admin Code 67.21B by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and/or complete manner, and ordered production pursuant to Section 67.21E and requested that the matter be referred to committee for follow-up to ensure records are released. The complaint committee noted that the respondents acknowledged that the documents were not provided timely and/or in a complete manner, and that future documents should be provided on a rolling basis. Item number 10, file number 26035, complaint filed by Grant Review against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 4/21/26, the complaint committee found the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the task force consent agenda with the recommendation to find a violation of Admin Code 67.21 by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and/or complete manner, and order productions of records pursuant to Section 67.21E. The complaint committee requested the matter be referred to a committee for follow-up to ensure records are released. The complaint committee noted that the respondent acknowledged the documents were not provided timely and/or in a complete manner, and requested following documents be provided: operating contracts from Medical Respite Center, Hope House, Civic Center Motor Inn, and any records of complaints received from any facility covered by the public records request.
Thank you, Administrator Young, and I think that was a record for reading so quickly. Does any member want to sever either item from the consent agenda? And if not, is there a motion to approve? Member Popel.
This is not a request to sever. I just had a couple of minor wording changes. So if I can just do those, and then I'm happy to move the thing as restated. So in item 9, line 4, after administrative code, I would add the word section before 67.21B. And on item 10, 4 lines up from the bottom, I think it reads better to say respondent acknowledged that documents were not provided in a timely and/or complete manner. That's the usual verbiage. And then the second line up from the bottom, I think the Civic Center motor inn is probably MOTOR. But with those changes, I so move to accept the committee recommendations and approve the to
Okay.
accept and approve.
Okay. So
Second.
motion by member Pilpel to approve the consent agenda and accept the recommendations of the committee with the clerical corrections noted, seconded by member Wolf. Let's open that up to public comment.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on these matters, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 if you're on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. If you're in the room, you may approach the podium. We have one hand raised so far. Hello, member of the public. You have been unmuted. You may begin.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Allison Lambert. I am a legal assistant appearing for the Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to let the task force know that Sheriff's Office did release a fully executed contract to the requester on May the 1st. We confirmed that this contract is the only MOU relating to the Reset Center, and we're currently reviewing 28,000 potentially responsive emails. Now, it does take about 3 minutes to review each email. We've calculated that to completely review each email for the necessary redactions or duplications is going to take roughly 1,438 hours to complete. But we are working on it, and that is the information that Sheriff's Office wanted to share with the committee. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any other public commenters?
There's no additional commenters at this time.
Okay, with no further public commenters, we can go ahead and close public comment and take the vote on that.
Mr. Chair?
Member Pilpel.
Yes, member Anderson pointed out to me on the last line of item 10, it says COVID, and that should read covered.
Oh, yep, that also.
Right. And perhaps just a brief comment to the Sheriff's Office. Perhaps there's an opportunity to narrow and clarify the request so that it's not taking 1,800 years or whatever the calculation was. But good luck on the effort. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the vote on that.
And thank you to the complaint committee on both of these.
Yes, I'd just like to request that Member Pilpo provide all of his suggestions that he made today in writing.
Yes.
On the motion, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Sanjurardi.
Aye.
Sanjurardi, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, next we will be hearing two separate requests for reconsideration. To anyone from the public, if you are involved in this complaint, we will open this up to public comment at some point where you can provide comments, but otherwise our complaint procedures do not provide a presentation time. So if you do want to speak on this, you will be allowed to do so during the public comment period. With that said, Administrator Young, if you could read item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 25033. Complaint filed by Jordier Gaines against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Give me one moment. I am just going to read the last statement. On 4/1/26, the task force found that SFMTA violated Administrative Code Section 67.21B by failing to respond to a public request in a timely manner. And then on 4/14/26, Caroline Celaya submitted a timely request for reconsideration.
Okay, so members, I think this one, if I recall, it was a motion that Vice Chair Stein made, I believe, about finding a timeliness violations. I think we counted the days and it was 11 days. It seems that none of us on the task force nor either party brought up the fact that Veterans Day was one of those days. And so this was a request for reconsideration to include that day in our counting and see if that changes where we ended up. So I don't know if we have thoughts on this. Again, we're not going to, if we vote to grant reconsideration, we are not at this point agreeing or disagreeing or anything. It just reopens where we were before, essentially rescinds the last motion we made and allows us the opportunity to make a substitute motion, which will occur at a future meeting. So this is just, should we recalendar this and reopen it for discussion? It's not, we're not going to necessarily resolve this tonight. This is just a question of whether or not we should reopen it for discussion and rescind our prior motion. Member Papel.
Okay, so the order is a little confusing here. The actual reconsideration request starts on page 12 of the packet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just on the question of Veterans Day and yada.
That was the new information provided. The fact that the task force did not consider Veterans Day during its deliberations, and that has now been pointed out.
Okay, so if we reheard it, it sets aside the original decision, so we could still find a violation of 67.26 and 67.27, but it would set aside the entire original order just on the basis of the difference of one day.
There's no, what, this is, the only violation we found was 6721B.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
Yep, 6721B, we found a timeliness violation, no, that was it.
Yankee.
Yes, Member Sugarman.
It seems like a valid reason. Is all I have to say. I mean, I don't know why it's of utmost importance to the person requesting it, but or the organization requesting it. But if it matters to them, then yeah, I mean, it seems valid to me for reconsideration.
Yep, Member LaHood.
I agree with Member Sugarman.
Do we have a motion then? Or Member Smith, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll just note that the language of B is days, within 10 days. And so I would surmise that that could include holidays, it could include Saturdays and Sundays. It's not clear that the fact that a day was a holiday here would mean, well, if the holiday gets added, then any Sunday at least would get added too. And I don't think that's necessarily how we've considered that kind of counting in the past.
Just real quick, the way that this. Yeah.
May I point out so with the calendar, if somebody submits something on a Friday, you get Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's always going to land on a Monday. But if the Monday is a holiday, they can't fulfill it.
That's, yeah, I mean, to me, I think that's a discussion we need to have. I think I'm inclined to open this up for consideration and have that discussion. I'm not sure that, like I said, that particular point needs to be resolved today. I think this is just asking whether or not we should reopen the discussion so that we can have that discussion, if that makes sense. Member Popel?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was confused a moment ago. I'm still on the fence on this. I guess my question is, did MTA know this at last month at the time of the hearing? And if so, should they have not brought that up originally? It seems like the calendar hasn't changed in the last month. So
Well,
if they were going to make this argument, perhaps this is information that they had at the time. And, you know, I mean, we've got 2 requests now. There was a request a couple of months ago. I'm not sure I want to get into the business of relitigating matters through this reconsideration process. Vice Chair Stein.
Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I'll just say I feel like when we've had discussions about days and how we're counting days, we have gone according to what has been said in the ordinance, and it just says 10 days. And I would assume that anyone who's receiving a request knows, gee, there's a holiday there too, and that's part of the 10 days. Maybe I should work on this early. And then my understanding too of request for reconsideration is that they're supposed to have new information. And so I think this kind of goes to Member Pilpel's point, is this information was something they had when we heard the case. It's not really new information. So it almost doesn't even seem to me like it falls under the category of request for reconsideration.
Member Wolf, did you have something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Member Stein and Member Pilpel on this. Reconsideration is supposed to be for new information that would compel a different outcome, may compel a different outcome. So, you know, to me, it's questionable on this based upon some of the arguments that are being put forth that they should have had this information already and had been counting the days anyway at that time. I'm not so clear that this is that new information enough that's compelling enough that would change the outcome of the motion or the determination that we had made. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go, I think, my second time on this one, and I'll be done. I'm actually more inclined on this one to grant the reconsideration, and the reason is twofold. I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have whether or not how we count holidays. In this case, does that mean that it has to be done early, that they only get 9 days or not? I think it's a good discussion to have, one we didn't have. The main reason I would be, though, inclined to grant reconsideration here is, to my recollection, we did not discuss the 10 days or whether it was 11 days until after the parties had their presentations, whether it was after the Q&A. The only time that we actually started counting and said, hey, there might be a timeliness violation is after the parties no longer had the ability to talk. And so, to me, I don't think either side had the ability to address this, because this was something I believe we brought up during our deliberations, and there's no future additional time after we're in deliberation stage for either side to talk to us about something that came up during deliberation. So for that reason, I'd actually be inclined to support this. Not that I necessarily would change my vote, but I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have based on that.
Mr. Chair, just to respond to that, I think the general discussion about this should take place outside of any complaint, because it would apply to then all complaints. I think it's more of a rule that we would be discussing this here versus that it applies just to this particular complaint. What do you think?
Well, I think that's a good point, because I think whatever we decide is going to have more implications than just this one complaint, obviously. But this one complaint, I think, is this motion centered specifically on that point. How we want to do that if we reopen it. I'm not sure how the vote will go. How we want to do that and apply it on a go forward basis. I think it's a good question. We can cross that bridge when we come to it. Member LaHood.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this matter until we have that separate discussion, since it's going to apply to more than one case. So I don't think we should decide to reconsider until we have the discussion about 10 days.
Second. Okay, so this is a motion to...
I'll second.
A motion to continue the decision on whether to reconsider this until after we can have a decision about how we count days.
Okay.
Which is independent of the decision about the motion to reconsider.
Right. Okay, motion by Member LaHood. I believe I heard Member Sangiardi second that first. So this is a motion to continue until we can have a task force discussion about the counting of holidays, presumably in weekends, in our calculation of days. Anyone have any discussion on that, or should we move to public comment? Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and open up public comment on that.
Yes, sir. If there are any members of the public who would like to provide comment on this matter, you can approach the podium or otherwise raise your hand to be called on the matter by either pressing *3 if you're on the telephone or using the application to raise your hand. We have 2 hands raised at this time. Caller, you've been unmuted. You may begin.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Caroline Salaya, and I did make the ask for reconsideration, and I apologize that we hadn't caught the date and weren't able to provide that information when it was initially being considered. Unfortunately, no one on the committee did the math on that either, and it was brought to my attention by a colleague that the request was indeed, it is made public on our next request portal. The request was received on November 1st, and 10 days from that is, of course, Veterans Day, November 11th, which is why our due date was automatically set at the 12th. And so when we did the math at the meeting, we didn't take that into consideration. And I do note that under California Civil Code Section 11, which I quote says, whenever an act of a secular nature other than a work of necessity or mercy is appointed by law or contract to be performed under a particular day, which day falls upon a holiday, it may be performed upon the next business day with the same effect as if it had been performed upon the day appointed. And so I think it does matter to the SFMTA that we were indeed found in violation because we were, it noted at the meeting 1 day late. And I do recall a member of the committee stating that it was 1 day late when in fact, given this new information, we actually weren't late. And so I, again, appreciate the opportunity to bring this to the task force attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Administrator Young, do we have any other public commenters?
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. You may begin.
Yes, my comment is because I do not believe reconsideration is appropriate here because the explanation being offered does not actually change the underlying facts. SFMTA is arguing that the response was sent on the 12th of November because the 11th of November was Veterans Day. But Veterans Day is not a unforeseeable event. It's a known federal holiday that appears on every government calendar well in advance. So if SFMTA knew a holiday would impact their response timeline, then the agency had a responsibility to plan accordingly and provide the records beforehand. I also want to make something very clear because this has always been the larger issue in this case. My concern was never about just 1 day. My concern was the actual substance of the records request still has not meaningfully been addressed. Even the Education Outreach and Training Committee directed SFMTA to provide a point-by-point response to the requested items listed in NR 246646. And even despite
hang on. The motion in front of us is not relitigating this case right now. This is specifically on the question of reconsideration and point made by the person who requested it. So if I could ask you to please direct your comments on that. This is not an opportunity to relitigate the case. Should we reopen it, we can expand on that, but the comments need to be on the matter before us right now.
Okay, like I said, you know, this was not an unforeseeable event, and I still believe the records haven't even been produced, and they were not in a timely manner made.
Okay, thank you, public commenter. Do we have any additional public commenters, Administrator Young?
Chair Yankee, Member Highland here. I wonder if I could ask a quick clarifying question. So if we vote no on this, what happens to this case? If we vote yes on it, what happens? The reason I'm asking that is, you know, justice delayed is justice denied. So I'm trying to balance that part of it as well.
So as of right now, the status is that we issued our OD, right? That's where we're at right now. But there isn't an order in there, so this is more of I want to say it philosophical, but a question of law. But there's not like there's additional records out there that we ordered to be turned over. It was just finding a violation for being that 1 day late. So I don't think anyone does or does not get access to records any sooner, regardless of how this goes. This is more of a question of what is 10 days. And obviously during our initial discussions, we didn't have a discussion about Veterans Day and its impact on it, whether that should or should not extend the next day. So the motion in front of us now is not to actually vote on whether or not to grant reconsideration, but rather it's to continue the matter, have a discussion on how holidays may affect the 10 days, and then come back to vote whether or not we should grant reconsideration. That's at least the motion in front of us right now. I don't know if it'll pass or not, but that's what we are considering. At some point, we do need to vote one way or another on, do we grant reconsideration, yes or no? Again, that doesn't say we do or don't agree with our initial motion, just reopens that discussion. That's right. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. And I see some hands. I see
Member Kumar should go before me.
I didn't see everyone who was first, so were you first, Member Kumar, and then Member Sugarman, and Member Popel?
I'm just curious, are we open, are we open to just letting it be as it was, like, if the person is not working the weekends and on public holidays, we don't count those days? Because, I mean, it would be unfair on the department to expect them to respond if we count those days in, unless we want to count in a Saturday if they're working half days on Saturdays. I don't know which department works half day. I wouldn't want to. But like, I'm trying to understand, why is it essential to accommodate the weekend? Like, I'm just trying to understand.
I think that's a good point. I think the motion before us now is whether or not we should proceed on reconsideration, or should we continue this voting on this and instead have a future agenda item, perhaps probably next meeting, where we discuss just that, where we have a discussion about how do holidays impact us, and then have that discussion, and then go back and revisit this request for reconsideration after we have that discussion you're just talking about.
I just wanted to say, I personally don't see the point of a discussion, because honestly, I feel it's a lot. I mean, we should totally hold departments accountable if they have, not met the 10 days after the weekdays as well. But I feel like if we add the weekends into it, it sort of opens very murky ground where, somebody from the department will be like, we never work on the weekends, and you're taking that into account. But then 10 days become 12 days because we didn't account for the weekend, or it becomes 15 days because they're like, oh, we didn't work on Saturday, Sunday. It just opens up a lot of these can of worms where the department will be like, well, we only work from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5. So your request came in at this. I mean, I know they'll be looking for ways to delay stuff. So we can just make their job easier by saying, you work Monday to Friday, you have Monday to Friday. If you don't do your job from Monday to Friday, then we are coming after you. Like something on those lines.
I'm sure Member's next.
This is not part of the motion, but in terms of calendaring, I don't see why we can't calendar the discussion and the motion for reconsideration on the same time, as opposed to doing like 1 month and then another month. Like, it could just be the motion for reconsideration, the discussion, and then directly.
I think that's a fair point. We could have one and then on the same agenda, just have it followed. Doesn't necessarily mean, yeah, I think it's a good point if it's passed. Yep. Member Popel?
Very quickly, in part to Member Highland, I think if this passes, it's put off perhaps along the lines of what Member Sugarman said. If this vote fails, then I think we really need to either grant or deny the request for reconsideration tonight now. And I'm also pondering that there's a Jewish holiday period happening right now that's all about counting of days. It's very fine. Thanks.
Okay, why don't we, I don't see any other hands, so let's go ahead and take a vote. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Member Anderson.
Very much. Yeah, well, what I was gonna do was call the question, but before I did that, I was going to point out that when we were going through the Sunshine Ordinance, one of the things that we discussed, that we wanted to make clarification on is exactly deciding what deadlines mean in hours or calendar days or business days, so that it's consistent throughout the ordinance, so that we don't run in as often maybe to these questions about whether or not it is calendar days or business days. So, and I would support your motion that we do this and going along with what Member Sugarman said, and we do both things at the same time. We have a discussion about the days, and then we do the discussion about the reconsideration on the same agenda. Thank you.
You have something, Member LaHood?
Yeah, I could save it till, well, it's sort of, well, I'll save it till after.
Okay, let's go ahead. I'm not missing anyone now, am I? Okay, let's go ahead and take the vote then.
Yes,
This
on
is
the
the motion
motion
to
to continue the matter to the call of the chair, pending discussion of counting of days. On that motion, my apologies. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sangiardi.
Aye.
Sangiardi, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
No.
Kumar, no. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
No.
Stein, no. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. The motion passes by a vote of 7-4, with members Kumar, Pilpel, Stein, and Yankee voting no.
Okay, so we will continue this to a future agenda, and I will calendar something to have a discussion first about how we count days.
I would like to volunteer to create something that shows that counting by days makes sense. And it is only an issue when there's a holiday that weekends don't matter. I can show that this only becomes an issue with the Monday holidays.
Perfect. And I think,
Yeah.
by the way, this is one of those random Tuesday holidays, which was a midweek holiday, which makes it even more complex.
Okay, maybe it's just, okay, let me put it this way. Holidays cause issues, weekends do not cause issues.
That makes sense, yeah.
Member Highlander, one last note. I know there was a time where we got into good practice about a year ago of we would actually list the date of the drop dead date for information from the respondent or for certain actions to happen. I think we should get back to that habit, i.e. do the counting at the time in committee, in full task force, put an actual date on there instead of 10 days or 12 days. Wouldn't hurt, or do both. So there's no confusion.
Okay, let's move on to item number 12 to keep things moving along here.
Item 12, file number 25134, complaint filed by Min Ketchet Rudy against the Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 27, 26, the EOTC found that the task force has jurisdiction and requested the records that the requested records are public and forwarded the matter to the SOTF consent agenda with recommendation to find a violation of Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, 67.26 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and 67.27 by failing to provide written justifications of withholding. On 3/4/26, the task force adopted the recommendation. On 4/1/26, the task force approved the order of determination. On 4/8/26, there There was a request for reconsideration.
Okay, so everyone, the main point on this one here is that this came through EOT. They put it on the consent agenda. They did not include an order or compliance component. And so essentially, once we adopted as a full task force that recommendation and found a violation, the file was closed and not referred to a committee, and no subsequent order was made as part of that. And so in this case, the petitioner believes that we should have included an order and made a committee referral for compliance. And so that is what he is asking us to reconsider. Again, just like the last one, if we vote to reconsider, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing that. That just reopens discussion about whether or not we should do that. So with that, I'll put it out there to see what everyone thinks.
I'll move that we reconsider the matter.
I second.
Okay, motion by member Schmidt to reconsider, seconded by member Anderson. I don't see any other hands, so let's go ahead and move to member Popel.
I'm just thinking through this for a second. Even if we don't include a specific referral to a committee, can a petitioner or frankly even a respondent request a compliance hearing and trigger that? Or
no, we went round and around on this before. There needs to be some finality for the clerk's office. It doesn't understand when every complaint can't be reactivated. Right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us, if we feel that there needs to be an order or a compliance hearing, that's something we need to specify when we make our motion. It can't just be, otherwise people can wait 6 months, come back and say, reactivate this. It goes around and around. We had that. So I've been really trying to be, stick to the point that if we want it to go to compliance, if we feel there's an order that needs to be part of our motion. It can't be something administratively that's done behind the scenes. That gets way too confusing and things get dropped out. So we need to take that responsibility when we're passing motions. If we want compliance, if we want an order, it needs to be part of our motion, not something that comes up in email 3 months later.
So if we didn't, then we didn't. And if the basis for reconsideration, again, is whether there's new information that would have changed the outcome, it sounds in this case like there isn't new information that would have changed the outcome. It's just that the petitioner would have wanted a compliance hearing, which the task force did not do. So sorry about that. And by the way, the heading on this should be against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, let's just remind ourselves that this was approved on consent agenda. So there's no discussion on the matter. It was just the item was adopted with recommendations from the committee. And the committee did not suggest that there be any compliance. So there's a bit of oversight here. If that was the if there meant to be compliance, there might have been some oversight.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I'm very hesitant ever to want to reconsider matters. In this case, I think that the reason is that my reading of 6721 is that if there's a finding of a violation, there must be an order. And this result does not include the order that he's automatically entitled to if documents were not produced. So I think that that's a basis for my motion.
Real fast, I just want to push back a little on that. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think we do see a lot of situations where by the time it comes to us, it's actually been resolved. The person's had their records, or the redactions that were initially there have now been fixed, but the person still wants to make a point that the way they originally did it was wrong. And so that's, I think, sometimes we will make a motion but not have an order because essentially it's already been complied with by the department by the time it reaches it. They still want to make a point that there was initial breaking of the law or violation, right?
I accept that.
So my question real fast to this would be, I wasn't at this EOT meeting, Did EOT, the folks who were at that EOT meeting, feel that this was resolved once they heard it and they were basically just ruling on something retrospective, like you should have done this in the first place, but now it's been fixed? Or did they feel that there was something that's still future looking needed to be fixed? If it's future looking, then there should have been an order. But if they felt at the time that it was essentially resolved, and was basically making a statement that, there was a problem initially, that's a different matter. So I don't know if anyone on EOT at that meeting can maybe comment on why they proposed what they did. To Member Wolf's point, this went on consent. So maybe not to put him on the spot, but Chair Hyland?
Yeah, I'm struggling to me, it looks like it was a, recording for posterity type motion. And I think that's why, we usually do refer to committee or follow up, and we did not in this case. Perhaps Member Pilpel remembers otherwise.
I'm trying to remember. I think this was about, can't remember if this was similar to the grant review and the other requests about facilities. And I think for whatever reason, I think this turned more on withholding, and that HSH deemed all requests to have a privacy component and dealing with, clients and service providers. And I think we felt that there was insufficient justification for the withholding, that they weren't keeping withholding to a minimum, and that they also didn't provide a timely and complete response. But I thought that we were relatively satisfied after the discussion that they were going to treat requests differently going forward. And I think that's why we didn't feel that there was a need to request a compliance review. But again, I'm also struggling to remember.
Right. And then just,
Member Kumar was also there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, should another complaint like this come in, presumably we would then maybe have it go to compliance, because we would identify this as an ongoing problem within this department. So I think this might have been the first time they've come before us. So I think that was our, kind of standard approach. That's what I'm remembering.
Okay. And I think Member Sandretti was next today. Here, so you're good.
About to call the question.
Oh, okay. Member Kumar, did you have something?
I was not at that particular EOTC meeting, but I do want to say, if we decide to go ahead and discuss this, I would suggest we follow the 30-minute rule very strictly for this. I don't think it should take us.
Point of order. I think you were there.
Was I there for this one?
According to the record, you were.
I was there for the first one, not for when the OOD came in, right?
You seconded my motion.
Okay, I might be confusing this with another one. But yeah, whatever it is, scratch the confusion. I don't think we should discuss this more than 30 minutes if we decide to do it again.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table now to grant reconsideration. It's been seconded. We've discussed it. Let's open up to public comment, and then we'll take our vote.
Right. If there are any members of the public who'd like to comment on this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. If you're in the room, you may approach the podium. Okay, we have one hand raised. You have been unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, thank you. I am, again, the petitioner, I guess. Just one thing I wanted to point out was that there is actually new information in my request for the reconsideration. A lot of these interactions and emails with HSH were held after the hearing. And at the hearing, it was directed to HSH to readdress the request and to produce less redacted and more appropriate production, for the legality of the request. It definitely is an ongoing problem, and I would like to go back to one of the comments of one of the chair members when they said that justice delayed is justice denied. This is definitely a tactic that I think is being employed to try to just wear me out and not let me, hope I'll give up and stop asking. So really, all I'm asking for is for what would I think would be a standard compliance order. They have been actively resistant and in denying me these records, and also the privacy the privacy law applications they've been using have not been, I think, compliant with actually what those privacy laws are for. So I would just like, again, ask to have that reconsidered and have that order maybe put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no additional callers.
Okay. Public comment is closed. Vice Chair Stein, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, this really does to me seem more like a question of compliance and a kind of incomplete order. And I'm not sure what the implications are of just reconsidering the matter as a whole, or whether this is something that more appropriately should go back to committee and they should fill out the details of what might still be missing and what should be followed up on in compliance.
I second that emotion.
Member Popo?
Sorry, just very briefly. I'm remembering now what this case was. It was about call logs for some former HSH employee that was on the street helping people, and this particular requester observed or had some interest in that, and HSH's response was that they had a call log, but they couldn't figure out or didn't go through the effort or didn't figure out which of those calls were to other city employees, and therefore they redacted all of the phone numbers, and we thought that that was excessive. Now you recall? Okay.
Coming back to me.
And so whether, I mean, this goes very much to the concerns that we talked about earlier.
This is now
No.
reconsideration. That's
No,
not
but
related.
I just want to make the point that for those, Chair Schmidt, Vice Chair Stein, others who think we're not doing enough, if we take every matter and send it to compliance, then that increases the workload of either the CAC or EOT to do a follow-up compliance hearing, some of which don't get resolved in one instance. And so we're just creating more workload. So it cuts in different ways. We can do more, but then, we're here till midnight every day. I don't have a good answer to this.
Okay, this is not, again, whether or not we're going to issue an order or referral. This is just whether or not we should reconsider doing that. So let's take the vote on the motion to grant reconsideration, which is what is before us right now.
Yes, on the motion to grant reconsideration. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Philpell.
No.
Philpell, no. Member Sanguardi. Aye. Sanguardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. That motion passes with members Philpell, Wolf, and Yankee voting no.
Okay, so we will calendar that for a reopened discussion, probably next month.
Where do you want it to go?
It'll come back here. It's just we reopen
Okay.
where we left off, and then we can
All right.
decide how we want to do it. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Member Wolf.
Now that the item is now back on our docket, I'm just wondering if now could you take it upon yourself, because this is more a compliance issue, to then assign it for compliance without having to rehash the whole the whole matter all over again?
Well, part of the issue, I think, is that there was no order component. We didn't, as a task force, say, we are ordering you to produce A, B, and C records. And so I think if we send it for compliance without seeing what it is that the task force feels that needs to be complied with, it kind of sets the compliance folks up for a difficult time of it.
Understood. Very good. No problem.
I also need to go back and look at the notes of the EOTC task force because the petitioner seems to think we did compel them or ask them to produce X, Y, Z. I can't remember if we did. I'd have to go and look at that. I don't think we did. But compliance should do that. So do we help this petitioner by sending it straight to compliance with that directive from you? I think that's what Member Wolf's driving at.
Well, we'll have that discussion once it's reopened. I
Okay.
don't think that motion doesn't allow us to have that discussion right now on this agenda. So we'll put that on the future agenda and hopefully we can get through it pretty quickly. All right. Why don't we take a quick 7-minute break, come back at 6, and then at that point we'll start on our item number 13 compliance hearing, and hopefully we can get through these pretty quickly then.
Also, your watch is 2 minutes slow.
The meeting's in recess until 6 p.m.
What clock are you going by?
And then we ran into her cousin.
But I send you my review.
Yeah,
cool. I didn't like it.
Really?
It was part of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then-
over 1,000 people.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the spot on the
It's
agenda.
very large.
I only went one time, but.
It's part of, it is the best part in this space, so of course, like, I do have that. And it's just kind of weird.
Okay, the time is 6:01 PM. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is reconvening. All members are present.
Yeah.
Present.
And Member Wolf is online with us.
Okay, so we are back on record now.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and call item number 13.
Item number 13, file number 24015, complaint filed by Paul Gitna against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and/or timely manner. On 11/5/25, the task force found the SFMTA violated Admin Code Section 67.21 by improperly withholding records and Section 67.27B by failing to cite the specific statutory authority that prohibits disclosure, ordered the SFMTA to produce the records and refer the matter to committee for follow-up. On 12/3/25, the task force approved the order of determination. On 2/24/26, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter to the task force as the SFMTA has not complied with the order of determination issued by the task force.
Okay, so with this one, this is one that made its way all the way through our process. We did issue an order. It went to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and it sounds like they found that SFMTA is not complying with our order, and so they sent it back to us to figure out what it is we want to do with this. I don't know if someone from CAC, Chair LaHood, or someone else could.
Chair Yankee, I have a note here that the respondent requested a continuance on this matter.
It was timely. And this is Administrator Peterson. I did not send a request to petitioner asking petitioner's agreement to the request, and therefore this item is on the agenda for the task force to grant a simple majority vote by, to grant the request by a simple majority of the members present pursuant to complaint procedure C8B.
Okay, why don't we start with this then? Can you read into the record exactly what the reconsider or the continuance request said, so that we know exactly what it was?
Yes, one moment, please. Reading into the record, an email from respondent dated April 28, 2026 at 11:20 a.m. Dear SOTF, for complaint number 24015, Tony Battle has previously responded to this complaint at previous SOTF meetings. What additional action does the SFMTA need to take for the complaint on file number 24015 scheduled for May 6? What is the status of the complaint within SOTF? Please note that Tony Battle will be out of the office and unable to attend the May 6 meeting, so we would need to reschedule as she is the person most knowledgeable.
Okay, and that it was not sent to the petitioner. So let's.
I did not send a request to petitioner asking their agreement.
Okay, so let's see if there's anyone from SFMTA or the petitioner with us here tonight first, and we can deal with the continuance portion first and see where that takes us. So let's.
If you're a party to this matter, if you can raise your hand, it would be appreciated. Press *3 if you're on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Okay, I have one hand raised. Hello, caller. May I ask, are you with the petitioner or the complainant? Petitioner or the respondent? I have unmuted your microphone.
Thank you. This is Caroline Slaya. I'm with the SFMTA, and I provided the email to the SOTF seeking a continuance as Tony Battle is not at work this week.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Salaya. And so, Administrator Young, it sounds like we do not have any hands raised from the petitioner, and he is not present tonight.
Double checking. I do not have any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, so members, what we have before us is a request for continuance from the respondent and a no-show from the petitioner. So
Move to continue.
okay, so motion by member Schmidt to continue. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by member Anderson. I don't see any hands, so let's go ahead and open that. Member Popel.
Have some discussion on briefly on part of the request from the MTA. Because I believe MTA asked, among other things, what additional action do they need to take and what's the status? And perhaps we can address that briefly. So if we are considering continuing the matter, we can give them some direction as to what we'd like them to respond about in writing. Because otherwise, what opportunity do we have to do that? It sounds like they're offering to send someone, but they would like to know what they are supposed to
Well,
be there to
that should have been all within the CAC, and I would refer that back to.
Yeah, I don't think we need to have that conversation again. They could go back and listen to the audio and
Exactly.
understand why we brought them back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if we move to continue this, I don't think that's an appropriate discussion to have right now. If we refer back to what happened at CAC, that would be what launched this.
I just want to point out that in instances where we have a compliance hearing and the committee recommends that to find that the department has not complied with the order, we haven't been very good. We've been good at sending it back to the full task force, but generally not with a recommendation about what to do about it. So then we have another open discussion here about, should we send this to ethics? Should we send a strongly worded letter? Should we just close the matter? Should we just, be frustrated, et cetera? And I think we need to figure out how to give better direction there if there's non-compliance with an order. We haven't sorted that out for us, for respondents, for petitioners, for anybody. This is a big problem here, in my view.
I'd like to recommend that we ask Administrator Peterson to respond to that question with a timestamp and a link to the audio for the meeting where we had the discussion, and tell them where they can listen to it. So if there was anyone who wasn't at that meeting or needs a refresher, they can go back and listen to that. I think it will take less time than doing it all over again here.
And Member Purple, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just don't think in the middle of a motion to continue is the time to have that discussion. I think that's a good discussion to have. I'm not sure right now is the time to have it.
Maybe we can put that on the list for next time, just like the counting of the days. In fact, I could count the number of days between now and the next meeting.
Okay. Let's go to public comment on this.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Just double checking. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on the motion to continue this.
Excuse me, this is Administrator Peterson. May I get clarification, please, on the instruction? Am I to send the parties information about how to access our website?
Let's do this, Administrator Peterson. Let's take the vote first, then we'll talk about that. I don't think this is the right time. I think we should first finish with the matter that's on the floor right now. Then we'll get to that.
Yep.
So let's take the vote, then we'll get to that.
Motion is to continue to the next meeting.
Motion to continue to the next meeting, correct.
One moment. Just want to get the motion. On the motion to continue the matter to the next meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Philpill.
Reluctantly, aye.
Philpill, aye. Member Sangiardi. Aye. Sangiardi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, so now that we know we're continuing it, Member LaHood, did you want to give Member Peterson or Administrator Peterson your suggestion for what we should do in preparation the next time?
Administrator Peterson, in response to the department's questions about what we're still looking for, if you could point them to the last CAC meeting, to the audio, and give them a timestamp for when the conversation starts, I think it will be the fastest way for them to understand what we're still looking for if the person who's reviewing that for the next meeting was not the person who attended the last one.
Understood. I'll send a link to the audio and a timestamp.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, Ms. Lai, for coming tonight. Let's move on to.
And I'm sorry, and if we could also try to confirm both MTA, but also Mr. Kaniha, that he will be attending, that would be great. No shows, not good.
Okay, let's move on to item number 14.
Item 14, file number 25094, complaint filed by HB Safe against Supervisor Mahmood for. One moment.
Ms. Lai, I think you're. Okay.
Yes, item 14, file number 25094, complaint filed by HB Safe against Supervisor Mahmood for allegedly violating admin code, section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and forwarded the matter to the task force with no recommendation. On 4/1/26, the task force closed the matter pursuant to complaint procedure C7B. On 4/3/2026, HB Safe requested that the file be reopened.
Okay, so this is one that we closed at our last meeting for non-appearance by the petitioner, but they requested that it be reopened. Our complaint procedures allow them to do so. So we are hearing it tonight. So before we get any further, let's make sure that everyone is here tonight. So do we have?
If you're a party to this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. Okay, I've made the callers panelists and they have control over their whole microphone.
Okay, so we do have the petitioner and the respondent here. That's good. So we will be here. This is just a simple complaint that's come from us from committee. Just a quick update to everyone that we did update our meeting procedures per the bylaw changes. Those are at the end of the agenda. And on top of that will be the new 30-minute rule as well. So we'll be operating under those new rules. Before we hear from the parties, let's see if someone from the complaint committee can give us a quick summary of where this was.
Yes, the first point I'll make is, yeah, we didn't have a recommendation on this. I think there's a the timeliness is questionable. I could see, going either way on timeliness. There was a long list of documents requested. It seems like the respondent didn't have very much to produce, partly because it just wasn't the kind of documentation that might be expected or was expected. Also, maybe it was a little bit preliminary for any kind of documentation on the projects that were at issue here. Members of the committee, anything else? Member Stein?
Yeah, I'll just say in my note, I wrote that I think the case hinges on whether this should be treated as an IDR or a regular request with a permissible extension. The request was submitted as an IDR to Supervisor Mahmood's office. And a 10-day response time was invoked and then a additional 14 days. And the documents were all provided, both the petitioner and respondent say all documents were provided within the 10 plus 14 days, but they weren't provided on a rolling basis. But that only would be invoked if we think this is a proper IDR. And I know that people in the task force have different opinions about that, which is why we brought it to the full task force.
Okay. So let's go ahead and hear from the parties. We'll start with the petitioner, and they will go for up to 4 minutes. So Administrator Young, if you can let the petitioner know when he can begin.
Yes, HV Safe, you do have control over your own microphone by.
Hi, only take 30 seconds. You guys got it all right. You guys are great. Unfortunately, we've been here a couple of times. This is a routine request of the supervisor's office. So again, you guys got it right. We're just a little frustrated because he was found in violation last year for the very same thing. And again, while we continue to do these routine DRs, we keep hitting a wall and we keep, getting the same response. So that's essentially it. Thank you.
Respondent, you may unmute your mic and you have 4 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Chair Yankee and members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Thank you for your time this evening and for your service reviewing these matters. My name is Will McPhee. I'm a legislative aide for Supervisor McMood, speaking on behalf of the office regarding file number 25094. The complaint concerns HV Safe's designation of their request as an immediate disclosure request. However, the request did not meet the definition of an immediate disclosure request under the Sunshine Ordinance, which applies only to requests that are, quote, simple, routine, or otherwise readily available, unquote. HV Safe's request sought 15 categories of documents covering a 9-month period, which required searching for, reviewing, and compiling multiple categories of records. Because of this scope, we informed the requester that the submission would be processed as a standard public records request subject to the applicable response timelines. And I can read through those timelines of response. That would be helpful. So Friday, October 3rd, 6:15, HV Safe submitted the request after business hours, labeling it as an immediate disclosure request. Monday, October 6th, 1:33 p.m., we responded the next business day explaining the request did not qualify as immediate disclosure and would be processed under standard timelines. October 8th, we reiterated that the request scope, 15 categories over 9 months, made it unsuitable for immediate disclosure. October 15th, we invoke an extension. October 29th, all responsive records were produced to HV Safe. HV Safe's complaint submission omits communications that occurred after October 9th, which documented our continued response process. We provided the task force with the complete correspondence record on March 6th at 2:15 p.m. As the city attorney's good governance guide explains on page 108, a requester cannot transform a request into an immediate disclosure request simply by labeling it as such. Requests that are not simple or routine are subjected to the standard response deadlines under the Public Records Act and Sunshine Ordinance. Our office properly processed the request under those rules and produced all responsive records within the required deadlines. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the task force dismisses this complaint.
Are you done? Just want to make sure I don't
Yes.
cut you off. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, members, do we have any questions?
Member Highland, I had a question for Vice Chair Stein. You said you believe in committee that everything was provided, but not on a rolling basis, therefore late?
Well, yeah, I said that both the petitioner and the respondent said that everything was provided, so there's no outstanding documents.
Okay.
As far as we know, but if it was an IDR, it was only provided after 24 days. So therefore, if we think it was a appropriate IDR, it would be late. But if
Okay.
we don't think it was an appropriate IDR, then I think there would be no
Okay,
violation.
if it, let's say we deem it to be a regular records request, was that timely? Was it timely?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, to the respondent, can you repeat what the rule that you stated and where you found that rule regarding it be simple request or not a simple request? The definition.
Definition of IDR.
Yes, October 15th, and the extension under Administrative Code 6725B.
6725B. Okay. Okay, and why under 6725B did you make a determination that it was not an IDR?
I'll need to check in on that piece, but what I can speak to is
That's the core. That's the crux of this whole thing.
Okay, I hear you there. Can I respond to the piece about the rolling timelines?
That's not my question. No, that's not my question. The question is, what made you, and under what rule did you determine to convert this from an IDR to a simple request?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't speak right now to that, but I'm happy to check in and follow up.
No, this is the hearing. This is where it counts. If you don't have an answer for it, then it kind of makes the case for us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have an answer at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Stein?
I believe, according to my notes in the materials, the respondents, I think, claimed that the request was voluminous, but this was another kind of inconsistency for us in the complaints committee, is that in the end, when they provided records, it wasn't a ton of records, so it wasn't actually a voluminous response, but I believe that voluminosity was invoked.
Do we have specifics?
No, it's just my notes.
Perhaps we can ask the respondent. What was actually provided? How many pages? Yeah, I mean, you quote 15 categorized records over a time of 9 months. How many pages of documents did you ultimately release? That's to the petition. That's the respondent.
So, respondent, did you hear Member Highland's question?
Or the petitioner can answer that too. Who would like to answer? Petitioner, can you give us an answer to that?
I don't have the exact pages, but one thing I will say is that, again, this is a routine disclosure request. I believe, looking at our records, the previous time was back in July of last year that we did the same exact DR for which the supervisor was found in violation. We had done nothing since then circulated back around with the same, literally the same language, the same set of requests. And then suddenly, you guys are hearing what we're hearing. So that is a little bit of context or history for you. Unfortunately, I don't have the exact number of pages, but it wasn't, because it was a routine and it was a follow-up, it was less than the original, if that helps any. I think off the top of my head, maybe there's like 35 pages, 30 pages, give or take, just recollecting here. Yeah, thank you.
Great. And what was it last year? Do you happen to remember? Like ultimately when you got your documents?
I mean, it was probably like, 40% more, give or take. Yeah.
First time around. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's not that much.
It'd be nice if we had that information.
I could try to look it up if you guys give me a couple minutes.
Sure. Why don't you do that while we're waiting? Because I don't think the response.
I'll try my best. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Member Lewis, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I want to ask the respondent. I'm looking at the request and the bullet points that were included here. I'm curious, how was fulfilling this request handled? Because I'm seeing, including but not limited to emails, texts, chats, DMs, calendar invites, meeting notes, internal memos, feasibility studies, draft materials, and interdepartmental correspondence involving, and then a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 specific entities, and then others associated with that project. How did you search for all of these entities in all of these categories?
Yeah, I know that the anyone who had documents or communications that contained the materials requested presented those materials, whether it was through email, I believe was the primary source on that piece. And I know that there is also that question of the rolling basis, if that would be helpful to also speak to as well.
I guess my question is, did one person do all of these searches, or did you send out a message to staff saying, we need to find this in all of these places? I just want to know a little bit about the process.
Yes, each staffer went through their own documents to find any match for the desired terms.
And how many people on staff were involved in that?
It's a total of 4 legislative aides and the Supervisor McMood.
Okay, thank you.
Quick follow-on question to that. Who responded to this on your team?
Yeah, so that would have been Jessica Gutierrez, who is no longer with the team, and responded at the time. Yeah.
I have one quick question for the respondent. It doesn't sound like there were maybe a lot of records, but there were some records and some different people had to look for them. Just real briefly, did you send all the records over once they were all found, or did you supply them to the requester as folks in your office discovered them?
Yeah, so they were initially sent over in one file, and then I know the office then processed and produced the request within the timelines applicable to the standard public records request, but the office has since then adjusted its practice, has been providing rolling productions when feasible in response to subsequent requests from HV Safe.
Okay, so in this instance, they were kind of held until one big batch could be sent over, but in a go forward basis, you're going to be giving them in a rolling basis. Okay,
correct.
So to clarify on that last point, I guess to the respondent, whether it's this request or other requests, if you believe that they cover multiple categories in a long time period and don't qualify in your view for being a simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request, regardless of whether you provide documents on a rolling basis, is that not an opportunity to communicate with the requester and clarify, narrow, or prioritize the items that may be of most interest? So if they asked for things about the street closure, the public life study, the long-term permanent pedestrianization, et cetera, there may have been things that they would say, yes, we're interested in all of these, but we're more interested in this thing this week, if you can find that and get it to us, and the other stuff, next week or as soon as you find it.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Moving forward, that is exactly how we will be conducting these our responses to these requests.
Okay, and I don't know you, I don't know the Jessica person. Are you putting these procedures and methods in place that survive you and turnover of staff, which happens in supervisors' offices from time to time, so that hopefully we're not having this same discussion with you or a successor in a few months or next year or whenever?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Adams?
Do I understand correctly here that both parties agree that the records were provided and they would be provided within the allowable time for a standard request? The crux of the issue here is whether this was a allowable as an IDR, which would have a shorter time limit that they did not provide the records in.
Yeah, I think it's,
Do I
I
understand?
think that's part one. And I think part two is about the rolling basis, whether or not they were provided as they became available or whether or not they were held until the end and submitted as one batch.
Okay. So, but yeah,
I differ on one point, which is I know that everyone's accepting the 24 days. I'm not sure if I'm sold on whether the common use of the 14-day extension is actually lawful under the Sunshine Ordinance. So that's not really what we've been talking about, but I'm holding my fire on that right now.
yeah, that's a fair point. But under the current affordances, they are allowed to do that. Is that right?
Well, under the reading of the law that's given in the Good Government Guide, it's 10 plus 14. But the ordinance as is has no 14-day extension. That's a state law matter. And so the question of whether that 14-day extension is allowed, I believe that's an open question. We've never necessarily come to any kind of resolution here on that.
Okay.
I may be wrong about that, but as far as I remember.
I see.
Reasonable minds can.
Yeah. Point of information, does state law supersede city charters?
This is not city charter matter.
Well, it's actually kind of the opposite than you would normally think, because what the Public Records Act allows, we can add more strict requirements to what's in state law, right? So the Sunshine Ordinance can actually make public records law in San Francisco stricter than what is allowed under state law. So the question I think that Member Schmidt brought up is that does the Sunshine Ordinance, or does it not allow the 14-day extension that's found in state law? We've had this discussion before and it's not exactly clear. It doesn't expressly forbid it, but it doesn't expressly allow it either. It just says it has its own.
This is another point of information then. Is the precedent that we have that it has been admissible? Have we allowed this in other circumstances?
Member Highland here. I was just going to say, I remember we have allowed, or it's not that we allowed it. We made no comment. We had no position on it. Would be more accurate in the past. It happened. It probably has happened. Will happen again. But I think it's a slippery slope if we send a message that, and we, I remember Member Wolf and I went through this about 3 years ago about, can a respondent just declare its IDR just at first glance and then invoke a 14-day on top of that? It's or not an IDR and then invoke an extension. So we have to be careful what message we're sending here.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the specific statutory language that I can point you to in the Sunshine Ordinance 67.21K, this is current language, release of documentary public information, whether for inspection of the original or by providing a copy, shall be governed by the California Public Records Act, Government Code, Section 6250. That's the old citation at SEEK. In particulars not addressed by this ordinance and in accordance with the enhanced disclosure requirements provided in this ordinance period. So good luck interpreting that. You can come to either conclusion or a different conclusion. This is kind of the reasonable minds can, find whatever they want to find there.
Can I pick up?
I don't know if that helps you.
With that in mind, yeah. So
is there a mic going
on? Setting aside the issue of whether this should be allowed in general, because I think, again, you could have reasonable discussion either way. It would seem that a legislative aide working in one of these offices would reasonably expect that they do have the ability to do that based on what has happened in the past and I guess what the Good Government Guide allows. And so for me, I come back to the, from my vantage point, where my primary concern is like the effective execution of the people's business, right? So this is a legislative office dealing with 80,000 constituents with 4 legislative staffers and a supervisor. if they think that and it is not uncommon to use that amount of time, and there's no clear guidance one way or the other, it would seem very strange to try to ring them up on this particular issue, because in the future, when we make a determination, we want it to have weight and we want it to be something serious that matters a lot. And so as far as like the long-term reputation of this body is concerned, this sounds like the kind of thing that is probably not a good place to flex our muscle, because the records were provided based on some interpretations, which again seem reasonable or at least are common. It was also within the allowable time period, and the real crux is whether or not this was an IDR. And again, they claimed it wasn't. There's a reasonable historical basis for that in an office with limited resources searching across many different data sources. And so I would be very cautious about choosing to flex here, because it might actually matter much more where there's substantial documents at play. And if we step in on things like this, I worry that it jeopardizes our ability to step in on things that really do matter down the line.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a turn?
Yeah, Member Wolf, go ahead. And then I just want to remind everyone after you go, Member Wolf, that we're still in the question phase, not the deliberation phase. So we should be.
Oh, okay. I'll wait till the deliberation phase.
Okay. So this phase here is more for, in fact, we removed the part about discussion, and here it's really supposed to be all questions. So are there any further questions for either side? If not, I'm going to let them proceed to rebuttals. Okay, not seeing any questions. So why don't we let each side do rebuttals? They can have up to 2 minutes each. And we start with the respondent.
Yeah, thank you.
You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just to reiterate, moving forward, our office is more than willing to and will be following up with adjusted practices to provide that rolling production when feasible in response to subsequent requests from HV Safe as well as other like bodies as a final rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any rebuttal from the petitioner?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with the committee here. There is constantly this debate, like what constitutes an immediate DR. This is a serious public matter, this Hay Street closure, and without these inquiries and doing these DRs, unfortunately the public is at a huge loss understanding what's going on. So I yield to you, and I just for the sake of not sounding repetitive here, this is very routine, and if you guys can shed light on what we can do to get this information quicker without putting any due stress on the supervisor's office, we're all there. But it is very frustrating. And like I said, he was found in violation last year in August for the very same thing. We literally, took a few months off and put this DR in, immediate or not, and we're still running into the same issue. So I yield to you guys. You guys are great. And we honor your work and we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And per our new bylaws, now is the public comment time on this. So we will open this up to public comment, 3 minutes each if anyone from the public wants to address us on this issue.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. No indications of public comment at this time.
Okay, public comment is closing at the clock. I'm looking at 6:40 our deliberations start, so we kept no more deliberations after 7:10 for our new rule. Plus, each member has 2 times to speak. Those are the new rules, so I'll turn it over to everyone.
Mr. Chair.
So, do you have something, Member Wolf?
Yes, I do. I'd like to start off first that, again, as I'll just repeat what the petitioner had mentioned, that this is a repeat violation for almost the exact same kind of request. So we have some precedent with regards to that for the same respondent. Secondly, it is not for the staffer to determine whether how the Sunshine Ordinance should be applied necessarily. It's really the responsibility of the respondent as the public official here in this case, who's responsible for the proper implementation of the Sunshine Ordinance in their office. So I kind of a little bit of a pushback on that because this is not if it was given to a volunteer to do, we don't know who the staffer was that did it necessarily. And if it was given to a volunteer in that office, you can't really hold that volunteer responsible for implementing the Sunshine Ordinance properly. Next, under 6725, our precedent so far has been to hold IDRs under 6725 as distinct from the standard 6721 requests. 14-day does not exist. The word 14 or the numbers 14-day does not exist in the ordinance. It's 10 days. And based upon what Chair Yankee had explained, the California Public Records Act allows for local agencies to provide enhancements to increase expediency for disclosure. Lastly, with regards to simple and routine, if you read 6725, we've been going round and round with petitioners for a long time on this, not petitioners, respondents for a long time, and they get stuck on 6725A in the last sentence. And I'll just read it because it's very plain English. Maximum deadlines provided in this article appropriate for more extensive or demanding requests, but shall not be used to delay fulfilling a simple or routine or otherwise readily answerable request. That does not provide the kind of the light switch to convert it from being an IDR to a 6721 standard request. All it's saying is that the ordinance is giving the respondent more time to disclose or to produce the information that's being requested if it's more extensive or demanding. They can't use that as a delay for something more simple, so it can't be, it can't be used as a wedge for that. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Member Kumar.
First of all, having lived right beside Hayes Valley for the last 3 years, it is incredibly frustrating to see the roads closed over the weekend. And when I read through this case, what was clear to me was that they were very specific in what they wanted in terms of the information, and the department, instead of, like, the supervisor's office, instead of like parsing through the records and saying, hey, we cannot meet the deadline because of XYZ reason, it seems like internally they decided to use this loophole and classify it as a non-immediate request. And for me, it's a little frustrating because it's like that we have no idea on why and who did the internal classification. Why was it done? There's no explanation. They're using the Sunshine Ordinance against us to justify their action. I honestly feel that the Sunshine Ordinance is it's there, it's in place so that citizens are informed about the actions, but it shouldn't be parsed or taken out of context. I particularly feel in this situation, they intentionally did that because if you go through the request and you see what they want, it's not a lot of information, honestly. They just want to know how many times, what are the plans to close the street for over 9 months. technically, like, it's, you can literally just pull out that information from the calendar. It's not like they're asking for too much. So there are certain categories that definitely could have been given immediately. I'm very concerned about the classification that happened internally, and whether this is going to be setting a precedent for other departments.
Member LaHood.
Two things. I don't think this was an immediate disclosure request, even though, or I think it was appropriate to say it's not an immediate disclosure request, even though it returned only a few documents, given the number of categories that were requested to be searched and the number of dimensions. I think it potentially could have taken longer. That said, and noting what Member Adams said, do we want to fight this fight here? But again and again, we see departments pushing it out to 24 days because they think they can. I respect the notion that I like that they responded within a day, that we got the request, because then IDR does require that. I understand that it might take more than one day, but I don't think it needed to take 24 days. And I would like to see departments being more responsive in trying to get things, especially since this category of records did not involve a lot of, redactions or things like that. I think more than one day is reasonable. 24 days is too long.
Member Pippa.
Bearing in mind all these new rules with the time and whatnot. I think that, as I alluded to earlier, the language in the ordinance is imprecise and could be better in the section that I quoted, in other sections related to IDRs and response timelines. Hopefully that's something we talk about as relates to amendments. I think lots of people can interpret it in different ways, unfortunately. I think the response from this office could have been better. I think we heard from the supervisor's aide that it will be better in the future, and that they have taken some steps to improve that. We may want to inquire further about that. But I am not yet persuaded that there's a violation. I think I agree with what Member LaHood just said, that it could have yielded more documents because of the depth and the complexity. That it didn't is either remarkable, surprising, or it just is what it is. I'm not yet sure that I'm persuaded that it should have been less than 24 days, but I certainly am persuaded that it could be more than one day. And again, as we discussed earlier, I think they could have reached out and tried to prioritize, narrow, clarify. I actually think in the whole dealing with the Board of Supervisors, because we have had so many complaints against the board over various years, some of which are about calendars, some of which are about records and documents and transition and any number of things. It would be great if we weren't just talking to aides from individual offices, but if we had Wilson or somebody else from the clerk's office who could say, yep, we hear that, and yep, we know that we talked about these other things 3 months ago or 2 years ago. We are actually putting together a guide to help new members of the board, or all members of the board, or board aides, be more consistent in how they keep track of their records and respond to records requests, understanding that they each run their own offices, but to try to give a little better consistency to the overall program. I mean, if every department, whether it's MTA, HSH, et cetera, were running their own shop within each little unit and doing things the way they wanted, we would say that's not okay. You can't just kind of dream up your own procedures. And yet for the Board of Supervisors, for the 11 members, we kind of let them do whatever they do, subject to a complaint hearing here and a potential finding of violation, which may or may not be consistent the way we go about things. So I guess that's my hope long-term, is for some kind of more consistent Board of Soups guide. But on this particular complaint with these particular facts right now, I am not feeling a violation of either 67.21 or 67.25, understanding that, again, they could have done a better job, but I think the job that they did on this was probably legal, and I'm not yet finding a violation. But I'm open to persuasion, so feel free to persuade me. Thanks.
I'll go next. I largely agree with Member Pilpel. I think I think there's a lot of discussion about whether or not it's 10, 24 days. And I think this is something that EOT perhaps can work on and work with the training folks. I think pretty clearly the good government guide and what the people are trained on is different than what some people on the task force might feel. And I think either on an education side or on an amendment side, eventually one day that can be fixed. More immediate to this, though, I think that's not really the battle I would have. I agree with Member LaHood that I don't think this classifies as a simple routine or otherwise readily available request, even though there might not have been a lot of answers. I guess my only potential concern with this one, and it's something that the respondent already said they're fixed, so I don't want to belabor the point, but we're seeing this come up more and more, and I think it's important to point out that records have to be provided on a rolling basis, and that wasn't done here. So for me, if there's any violation, it would be a 6725D. And I'm not sure there's any need to do an order or anything like that on this. I think, the respondent has already said they fixed it and they're going to be releasing records on a rolling basis going forward. But I think to me, that's really all I'm seeing here.
I'll move that.
Okay, so your motion is to find a violation of 6725D?
Yes.
Okay. So Member Wolf has that motion. Is there a second to that motion?
So I don't know if you saw Member Sanjardi had his hand up before. Member Wolf.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Call the question.
Yeah.
We're going to call the question?
I was not.
Oh.
I was not.
Well, let me go over to you because we haven't had a seconder yet, and then we can call for seconds. Go ahead, Member Sanjardi.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think until we have guidance on the 24 days, we shouldn't use like this specific case as the litmus test for all other cases right now. So I think that that's a separate conversation, and we shouldn't penalize one office with a staffer who is no longer there for that before we figure out what that guidance is. I do have a little bit of an issue with the routine request argument. There are a lot of things that are routine that also take a really long time or are not particularly pleasant to do. So something can be routine, and I know that this is about the routine versus IDR, but just because it's routine doesn't mean that it's quick. This office did have 2 violations for this same sort of thing for the same kind of request, and it does beg the question, maybe the search for these documents for a request like this does take longer than a simple routine request that can be responded to in the same day or in the initial 10 days provided, right? They're literally doing the same thing and it took just as long the second time. And I think I also had issue with the argument about intent. I don't think in this circumstance, I don't think this body is here to figure out intent in this case of whether or not they were slowing things down, but just did they provide the documents that were necessary? Was the president to extend it from 10 to 24 days? And was the request ultimately satisfied for the petitioner?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I think Member Wolf, yeah, you had a motion.
Yeah, I'll move to find violation of 6725D.
D, you said, as in dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
D, as suggested.
Okay, so that's a motion by Member Wolf to find a violation of 6725D, and that's the part about the rolling basis. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Member Anderson. Yep, Member Popel.
Yeah, I may actually get with this motion. Let me clarify the language in 67.25D for a moment. The way I read it, notwithstanding any other provision in California law, in response to a request for information describing any category of non-exempt public information, when so requested, the city and county shall provide any and all responsive public records as soon as possible on an incremental or rolling basis. Right? So I'm reading that sentence to mean that the rolling basis only applies when it's so requested. This is another example where I think the language is not great because I think the default should be in all cases, period. But then the the next sentence, the last sentence in that graph, this section is intended to prohibit the withholding of public records that are responsive to a records request until all potential responsive documents have been reviewed and collected. So that sentence is where I'm, more with that the holding everything until you've got everything and then turning it over. That I think was more the problem here than you didn't provide it on a rolling basis because it may or may not have been so requested and it's only on request and yada yada.
But they did request it, but it was requested.
They said
Okay.
And I think
All right,
that's one
well-
of the same. I mean, I think that
Okay. Well, but
holding everything is released on a rolling basis, and they clearly did said rolling responses are requested under 6725D. That was part of.
okay. All right.
What they
Anyway,
said.
I was just trying to tease that out a little bit. So I think I end up getting to support here despite whatever I said earlier. Level. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so let's take a vote on that motion.
Wait, public comment.
No,
we
we already do public comment now before.
I forgot.
Yes, on the motion to find the office of Supervisor Mahmood violated Administrative Code, Section 67.25B by failing to provide public records on a rolling basis. On that motion, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
I,
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sangiardi.
I'm sorry, I missed the question that we're voting on. My apologies, but I want to make sure I'm.
Find a violation
Oh.
of Admin Code Section 67.25B by failing to provide public records on a rolling basis.
No.
Sangiardi, no. Member Stein, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Sangiardi voting no on the matter.
Okay. Thank you to the parties for joining us this evening. And just
Member Highland here, just for the record, this is one of the things EOTC is trying to tackle in that sunshine training that we do online. There's a specific question that I answer correctly every time, and it flags it as incorrect every time
got me too.
on this. So we've got to change that. That's part of the reason we're reaching out to them.
And-
Anyhow.
I don't disagree. And let's also be clear that we found a violation, but we're not referring this to a committee.
Right.
So there's no compliance review.
Exactly. Yes, this is one of those issues where we don't.
There's nothing more to do.
Right. So there are many instances where we don't necessarily refer to compliance. And just if anyone was curious, that took 18 minutes for deliberations. So that's what 18 minutes will be.
Nice.
Okay. Let's move on to item 15.
Item number 15, file number 26037, complaint filed by Grant Review against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to a IDR request in a timely and or complete manner. On 4/21/26, the complaint committee found the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the task force for hearing. Consider a possible violation of Admin Code 67.21C. Prepare to provide assistance.
Okay, let's start off and make sure that we have the parties here and promote them to panelists and demote the prior panelists.
If you're a party to this matter, if you don't mind raising your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. Okay, we do have grant review.
I have a question for the complaint committee before.
Yeah, well, yeah.
If the respondent is here, it would be appreciated if you can raise your hand so we can identify you.
So anyone from Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, we're on item number 15, 26037. If you could please raise your hand. You can do so if you're on the phone by pressing *3. I'm not seeing anyone.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, so the respondent is not here. We might want to discuss that further when we get to 6721E. Remember now that applies, but it doesn't appear that we have the respondent, but we do have the petitioner. So we continue along the way, even if the respondent doesn't show up. So let's quickly get a summary. This went to the complaint committee, I think, just a couple weeks ago. So we can get a summary on that. And then if you had a question to the complaint, we can handle that after that.
Yes, we came up with a question for the full task force, which is, do you see a failure to provide assistance under 21C? Basically, that grant review requested to see a copy of an annual monitoring plan. This is pursuant to a law that seems to be fairly recent. The response was, well, no such documents exist, et cetera, et cetera. There was some back and forth about, well, what can you get? I'm not sure if that back and forth was sufficient. We did have somewhat of a different opinion in committee, which is good to have every so often, as to whether 21C would apply. I think that's all I've got on this. Members, anything else?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there was a request that was stated as an IDR, but again, there's a question of whether it was an IDR, but the department did respond initially and seemingly fully, but there was a follow-up question because there was an expectation, I think what Member Schmidt said, that there would have been a schedule or a plan to comply with, recent procedures, and there was no response to that for over 45 days. But, it just doesn't seem like there is one. But the question is, if there could have been a bit more help to the petitioner to help them find, whatever it was they were looking for. So that's kind of the parts of it.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Member Bill Pell? Did you have a question?
No, my question to the complaint committee, there's nothing, I see stuff in the packet from the complainant, including the screenshots or whatever, the next request stuff, but I don't see anything from the respondent. Was there anything provided, and did the respondent attend the complaint hearing? Because I'm not seeing anything there, so I'm feeling pretty strongly towards a 21E violation there. And I'm concerned that we not have a situation where we just allow a department to no-show at a committee or at the full task force, and whether or not we let them off with a 21E violation. So can you give me a little light on HSH and where they're at?
I'll just say it definitely was not a no-show. They did come to the complaint committee. Usually I put in my notes if there was nothing from the respondent, but in this case I haven't put anything, so I was just going to go back and look at the original file that we got in the complaint committee.
While we research that, let's let the presentations begin. So we'll go ahead and give
thank you
up to 4 minutes for the petitioner to present their case. And Administrator Young, if you can let them know when they can begin.
Grant review, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you, members of the task force. As you heard, my case is about the department failing in its duty to assist and choosing to ignore what you can see before you as multiple requests for clarification. As background, there is a standing policy from the city controller that departments issuing major contracts to nonprofits, quote, must conduct at least one program monitoring activity each year of the contract term, end quote. So you'll see that in November, I submitted a records request to HSH for a schedule or plan that implements this mandate. On December 3rd, they did respond. So whether or not this was IDR or not, I did not receive a response until December 3rd, which was several days later. HSH responded that they do not have that document specifically titled Annual Monitoring Plan, and then they closed the portal. On December 15th, I clarified my requests. I noted that because the controller mandates annual monitoring, there must be some type of internal schedule for future monitoring or a tracker that might exist. I asked them to provide that schedule or possibly just confirm in writing that no such monitoring is happening at all. They ignored that message. Again, February 1st, I followed up again. They ignored that message as well. They went silent for over 45 days. And the most recent message is what you see here. I just filed that I'm taking this to the task force. To quote the ordinance itself, it says their responsibility is to suggest alternative sources for the information. And then later in the sentence, or to otherwise prepare a response to the request. They did respond initially on December 3rd, but they sort of just reiterated the document with the exact title that you request does not exist. And that wasn't really my question. I believe the law requires them to help me bridge the gap. And then lastly, I would just say I experienced this as a pattern with HSH earlier in today's meeting, consent agenda item number 10. HSH was found in violation for both failure to respond in a timely manner, but also failure to assist. They closed the records request and ignored follow-up requests for assistance. That was, different because it was documents that were not, substantiated in the first one. But I would just point to them not being here today. I've been on this call for 3 hours waiting to have my case heard. 2 hours. This is a pattern of them choosing when to just stop replying to things or show up to things. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Member Sugarman, do you have?
I just wanted to first note to Member Pilpel that there was no initial response in the packet. But I wanted to, because it took me a minute to recall my thoughts on this particular case. And what I remember coming up was not just in this case, but just sort of like a familiarity of instances where organizations were closing next request cases and essentially just kind of signing off on them as that being done. And I remember that being a familiarity as to why I considered it a failure to assist, because it was just like, okay, well, they think it's done, therefore the request is closed. Like it's kind of like there's no interaction between the requester. They kind of close it and move on from it.
All right, thank you. We'll do one last call for respondent. I know they didn't put their hand up, but again, if you are the respondent in this case, item 15, file 26037, Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. Now is your last chance to present. See no hands. Okay, members, we are on the question time only. So for questions at this point only to the petitioner, we can ask them now. Go ahead, Member Popel.
And I believe in the packet, we also never got any response from HSH to the notice of today's hearing saying we're going to show up, we're not, whatever. So let me just ask Mr. Grant Review. First name is Grant, last name is Review. Good. So whether or not you've been involved, and you may or may not have been involved with the similar requests at MOHCD and DPH, but I thought I understood as we've been going through this over the last few months that you or your organization or friends were interested in these various contracts that the various departments have with various programs and facilities to provide services. And you wanted to better understand, for purpose of the budget process, what things are working well, where there are complaints, where there are monitoring plans, corrective actions, all of that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So to the extent that the controller's office has already said in documents that you cited in the packet today that each department must, I think their word was must, perform at least one monitoring thing. Does it seem, is that correct? That that's something the controller has required as part of whatever part of the process the controller has?
Correct. Yes, it's there have been monitoring that's happened prior to the controller's order, but the controller sought to standardize it with their order last summer.
Which is good. That's cool. Okay. So if that's the case, whether it's in law or in practice or in the letter that I haven't drafted yet that we might send from this task force to the relevant departments, controller, board of supervisors, mayor, whoever, just asking that each of these contracting departments provide some kind of a brief summary report and put it on their website saying that we have contracts with these entities, you know, Urban Everything, Suburban Propane, whoever, whatever, for these facilities at these addresses. We have available contracts. We have performance monitoring plans. We may have complaints. We've got all kinds of fun stuff. If you're interested, here's how to get it. But a summary of blah, blah, blah is we spent $1 bazillion last year and housed or helped or served, blah, 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 and we've got reports on it. Thank you very much. Should it be that hard for each of these departments to put that in a public website summarizing, you know, this kind of significant public investment?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I do not wish to become a frequent flyer at these meetings. If you
Right.
are familiar with my name, it is because I began this process last October, and every single department has not only not made these available on their website, but has made it very difficult. And all three have now been found with multiple violations for withholding basic things like contracts. And so I fully support publishing any and all to their website. Probably the one that does the best is MOHCD. They have a little bit, but HSH, I mean, I am here because I still have not gotten a single monitoring report for any site.
And I guess what I'm asking is the summary report that I'm talking about that just says we've got all these things happening and details are available. Should that be that hard to write? I mean, I don't see that as being more than a couple of pages with the list of facilities and, you know, here's who to contact for public records, right?
I would appreciate and support any effort from the task force to encourage more transparencies with these three departments. It would help a lot.
Okay, I'm thinking about a letter. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else with questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. Let's go ahead and move to rebuttals up to 2 minutes. They have additional 2 minutes if they like it.
Current review, you have 2 minutes for rebuttals.
No, thank you. We can keep moving.
Okay, let's do public comment now then.
Members of the public, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium. Or if you're online with us, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. No indications for public comment.
All right, public comment is closed and we are going to start deliberations now at 7:15.
I'm kind of shocked by HSH's lack of presence. And I've been trying to find like the email, like who's monitoring the HSH Sunshine email, right? And I guess I'm also like, is Dylan Schneider here as a respondent in any way like actually associated with this sort of request or has any authority over it? And have they been put in a position where they're supposed to have been like, they have nothing to do with this, but they are supposed to be triangulating it internally? This seems kind of, has it been common in your all's experience on this body to have a department be this unresponsive? And if the city controller is, I only have like one time to speak for a while, so I'm just gonna ask all my questions. If the city controller is saying that like this like grant schedule is something that is required, if the person overseeing the program, like, is this not a fireable offense? Like, they are quite literally not conducting basic parts of their job duties that are required by the controller's office. I know we're often thinking about like what the actual power of this body is and how that manifests. I think that's something that we should also consider, that a department is failing to do it. There is an individual who should be responsible for this, and some individual should be held accountable for the department's lack of action.
Member Popo?
I mean, to Member San Girardi, I mean, ultimately it rolls up to the department head. We've been advised in the last few months that DeVeris, whose last name I'm forgetting right this moment, is their like day-to-day sunshine person, and then it rolls up to Dylan. And why neither of them are here or someone else, I don't know. That's why I'm feeling very 21E-ish. I guess I forgot to ask petitioner, did you receive all of the records that you were requesting, or is there still a production issue in addition to not providing sufficient assistance?
I don't know what exists because they never replied. So, my other requests that we handled in the consent agenda earlier today was for the contracts, and there are outstanding contracts, and I think the step you took today will help me get an order to get those. But on this topic, I don't know if they're fully produced. Okay. If I believe their response on the 3rd, which was quite literal, and it's, this exact wording document, then yes. But possibly with their answers to my questions, it could be no.
And it's again a problem of them not being here. So I'm inclined to make a motion, if it's not premature, to find a violation of 67.21C for not providing sufficient assistance, 67.21E for not being here, right now, somebody, sending this to a committee for compliance monitoring, and for me to also draft a letter for us to consider at a subsequent meeting to send to relevant departments that's not just on HSH, but on this broader thing of, can you just, put something on the website the way I, laid out a little bit earlier, and we can wordsmith that at a future meeting.
I have some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not ready to move it if you've got a different spin.
Yeah, I just a couple quick things. I think to Member San Girardi's question, do we often see this? I think I wouldn't say often, but too often. I mean, I wouldn't say regularly people don't show up, but it does happen on a too regular of a basis for what Sunshine Ordinance says, where they actually have to come. I think that's a good point about, we've had this before, where there is a city policy or law or guideline that says that someone has to produce some document, and someone then asks for that document, and it's not exactly clear if they ever get a copy of it, right? And so we can't necessarily go after, or it's not really within our jurisdiction to determine whether or not they made a document that the law says they're supposed to make. But what we can do is say the department specifically says they don't have that, and then whatever repercussions come of that, they could take to whomever, and I presumably in this case would be the controller. They could perhaps go into and say, it doesn't sound like they're following your guidelines. They said they don't have it. But in this case, I think the big problem is that it seems like the department is not being very helpful with the petitioner on what it is they may or may not have, because it almost seems to be like a semantics game here. Like, well, you didn't name it exactly this, so no, we don't have exactly that. And there needs to be kind of a give and take here where I think the petitioner was very clear about asking, well, okay, if it's not called that, then what would it be called that would fall under this category? So I kind of am in line to agree with Member Pilpel that I do see a failure to assist. I do see a failure to not show up here tonight. The other thing I'd say is I do appreciate just kind of in general that this is a very succinct complaint. It's 30 pages. It's really nice when we see ones like this to come to us. I think it helps us as a task force very quickly narrow in on what the issue is rather than receiving, 500 pages of something. This is a lot easier to narrow down and see what it is we're trying to look at. But to the last point, Member Pilpel, I'm not sure this is the right point to craft a broader letter to parties not necessarily involved in this complaint. That would be my only hesitation of what you proposed.
I can exclude that from the motion and just bring that as a separate item next time, because I think my sense is that we've gotten different complaints, both from grant review and from related others that are to that broader point. So it's not, you're right, it's not necessarily connected to this, but it just kind of suggested it to me. If I exclude that as a motion in order?
I'm with it, but I don't know, does anyone else want to go before we move to motions? Okay, I don't see so. If you want to make a motion, Member Pilpel.
Trying to see if we can get in and out of an item in 2.5 minutes, and well, we're not there yet.
7 minutes are on.
Yeah, it's all right. Getting there. Okay, so I think it's to find a violation of 67.21C for failure to provide assistance, 67.21E for failure to attend this meeting, and to, I mean, I could even broaden that to say, or to reply in advance, there's nothing in the record. Let's just say for failure to attend this meeting, and to send this to a committee for compliance monitoring.
Is there an order in there or just? I think it's helpful when we have compliance hearings because compliance folks need to know what it is they're trying to find compliance with.
Well, if they had been here, we would have had a better and different discussion. So I think at a minimum, the failure to provide assistance and, ways that they're dealing with requests. I think we'll tease that out in committee because they're not here.
May have some.
Perhaps to require them to identify what records they have that are responsive to the requirements in the agreements they have with organizations to do monitoring. Sure. Something like that. We need to know what they are before we can ask for them.
Right. I think there's kind of always has to be like for ones we send to a committee, there needs to be 3 parts: the violation, what it is we want them to do, and then the compliance portions. Did they do what
identify and provide these things?
Yeah. So, Administrator Young, Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I had something similar here, something about, requesting that they maybe identify or provide any documents having to do with any program monitoring activities that were conducted during the year as per the controller's office requirements or something like that. Yeah.
Does that work?
I can't see you, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what the motion is going to be is to find those violations to, would you say order or require, or what word did you use? Vice Chair Stein? Identify
and provide, sorry, where is it? Any record, sorry, having to do with program monitoring activity as per the controller's office policy. Yeah.
And then send to a committee for compliance.
Or you can say controller's policy on annual monitoring. Because I think there was just a round and round about I want to schedule, there is no schedule. And it just didn't go further than that to know, like, did anything happen, you know?
Okay, Mr. Young, do you have that?
One moment. The task force further refers the matter to committee for compliance to order the department identify and provide any records having to do with program monitoring activities pursuant to controller's policy on annual monitoring.
I think that's
Second.
Okay, seconded by member Wolf. That was moved by member Pilpel. Any other discussion on that?
Yeah, can I also just ask the complainant or petitioner, you made reference to the policy, but I don't think we have it in our packet. If you could just email that in to us, that would be really helpful for the follow-up hearing. Not a problem?
Happy to, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that then.
On that motion, member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Santorardi.
Aye.
Santorardi, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you, Grant Review, for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Administrator Peterson, I believe I missed the public comment call.
There was no public comment. Remember, Administrator Peterson, we're doing public comment now prior to
Okay.
motions.
Thank
It's
you.
after rebuttals, before motions, so there won't be public comment after a motion is made.
Thank you.
Okay, and just by the way, everyone, that took 17 minutes. Do you want a quick break? Let's do that. We're actually doing pretty good on time here, so why don't we do a break until around 7:35, no later than 7:40. Okay, and we will come back and then do item 16 and 17 complaint wise.
The meeting is in recess until 7:35.
Back in.
This Sunshine Ordinance Task Force reconvening at 7:36 p.m. Noting that all members are present and members is present online.
All members except for member Anderson, and we will announce her when she gets back. Okay, so let's go ahead and call item number 16.
Item number 16, file number 26029, complaint filed by Monica Georgopoulos against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating admin code section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works person in a timely and or complete manner. This is a new complaint hearing. It has not been heard by committee prior to today.
Okay, so let's go ahead and first start by making sure we have the parties with us. And so I think I'm seeing some hands now.
I have moved the two parties to panelists.
Okay, and just to make sure that I know one of them has the name of the petitioner. Is the other one here from SFMTA? Is that MJ?
Parties, would you mind announcing yourself? You have control over your own microphones.
And member Anderson is back at 7:38 p.m.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Monica Georgopoulos.
Okay, and you are the petitioner.
Correct.
So let's, whoever's here from SFMTA, can you announce yourself, please?
Good evening, task force and chairperson. My name is MJ, last name Johnson with SFMTA.
Great, thank you for joining us. Okay, so this complaint and the next one actually did not go to a committee. We had room on our agenda, and since we have such a backlog of complaints, I figured we could do both the committee's part and the task force part here. So what we'll do with this, we'll still follow the same guidelines, but after the initial presentation, I'll ask for a motion just as part one, just to find jurisdiction, and then we'll continue on and go with it that way. So we'll have each side give us a 4-minute presentation. We'll start with the petitioner, and I'll ask our administrator to let you know when you can begin.
Petitioner, you may begin your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Monica Georgopoulos. I am the complainant in this matter against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. I am also a current SFMTA employee with more than 24 years of service and familiarity with the agency processes. This complaint concerns the agency's failure to produce in response to my lawful public records request regarding a public promotional process. I requested records related to the 8219 selection process, including materials that would explain how candidates were evaluated, ranked, interviewed, scored, and ultimately selected. The agency did not produce any records to me. Instead, it closed my request while asserting attorney-client privilege, attorney work product, and a pending EEO investigation. Importantly, the agency also stated that it has documents responsive to my request and that it was not producing some of the documents. It then further stated that it had no other non-privileged responsive records. SFMTA's response is internally inconsistent. The agency acknowledged responsive documents exist, stated it was withholding some of those documents, yet produced no documents at all. The issue, therefore, is not simply privilege. The issue is that responsive records were acknowledged, my request was closed, and no records were produced or specifically identified. I respectfully submit that these statements raise significant transparency concerns. The Sunshine Ordinance requires prompt disclosures of public records and specific justifications for any records withheld. The response did not identify what responsive documents exist, which specific records were privileged, which records were being withheld due to the EEO investigation, or whether any non-exempt portions could be produced. While legitimate legal advice may be protected in limited circumstances, attorney-client privilege does not automatically shield interview score sheets, rankings, panel notes, factual materials, metrics, administrative communications, selection criteria, scheduling communications, or other non-exempt records relating to candidate evaluation and selection. The agency has separately stated in a recent determination letter that I was not selected because I did not interview well. If that is the agency's explanation, then records should exist reflecting interview scoring, panel evaluations, notes, rankings, comparative assessments, and the criteria used to measure candidates. I am not asking this committee to decide employment claims today. I am simply asking that public record laws be followed, exemptions be narrowly applied, and responsive non-exempt records be produced. The issues before the committee are straightforward. Responsive records were acknowledged, no records were produced, no specific justification was provided, and no effort was made to disclose non-exempt portions. I respectfully request that the committee find this complaint has merit, determine that the SFMTA violated the Sunshine Ordinance by failing to properly respond to my records request, and refer this matter forward with a recommendation that SFMTA promptly produce all responsive non-exempt records and specifically identify any records lawfully withheld. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to the respondent for up to 4 minutes. Please wait till our administrator gives you the go-ahead.
Respondent, you may proceed.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to this request. Monica Georgopoulos filed a complaint with the SFMTA Office of Civil Rights Internal Investigations Unit on November 26, 2025. Once we received the complaint, an investigation was initiated, and it's our practice, and it is standard practice when conducting administrative investigations that information is, or excuse me, that evidence is not produced automatically. It's not disclosed to anyone until the investigation is complete. So there was no need for us to withhold anything from the petitioner other than, with regards to the attorney-client privilege. And that was in fact due to the fact that the agency is fully aware that litigation is highly likely. So there is attorney-client privilege as it pertains to most of the documentation. And then the other piece with regards to the EEO investigation, that was pending. The investigation has concluded, and we're going through the next administrative phases with coordinating with the city attorney's office so that we can release the documents to the petitioner now that the investigation is closed. It's important, and it needs to be known that it is extremely important that evidence is preserved when there is an open and ongoing investigation. That is best practice. It's widely acknowledged. It is an accepted standard, and that is something that we do with all investigations, not just the investigation into Monica Georgopoulos' allegations. And that's the response from the agency.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, before we proceed to the questions, let's first take care of the determination of jurisdiction. So do we have a motion to find that we do have jurisdiction in this matter so that we can take?
I'll make a motion to find jurisdiction.
Okay, moved by member LaHood to find jurisdiction. Is there a second to that? Seconded by member Anderson. Member Anderson beat you there, member Wolf.
Okay.
All right, so
We need to actually vote on that now?
I yield.
To the big motion at the end.
we've done it both ways. I mean, I think we can take a vote. We'll just take a vote on it now, just so it's finished up. If you can call the roll on that, or
Do we need public?
Right.
Public comment.
I see we would have to throw. Okay, public comment specifically on the topic of jurisdiction, if there is any.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on the jurisdiction question, the motion is to find jurisdiction. It's the task force has jurisdiction and the requested records are public. That's the normal motion.
Yep.
Anyone wants to make public comment, you can raise your hand, start please on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand.
In the microphone, please. I can barely hear you.
There are no indications for public comment.
Okay, so public comment is closed. We can go ahead and vote on that particular motion, then we'll continue.
On the motion? Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sandrardi. Aye. Sandrardi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, we're kind of at where we're at with a normal complaint. So if we have questions for either party, now's the time to do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Member Popel.
All right. So to be clear, because we heard last week in committee a request from, I believe, the spouse of this requester, but that's a separate complaint, stands on its own. So this is just about Monica's request. Okay. So I guess first to MTA, I believe it's, is it Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. The response from MTA that's in our packet starting at page 18, once again, it says to Sunshine Task Force from San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency with a date, but there's no name associated with it. Are you the primary author and in the future? And can you just get with Ms. Celaya so that somebody takes named responsibility for communications to this task force?
I will do that.
Okay. Otherwise, you're familiar with the contents of this particular communication?
Are you referring to a memorandum? I have very limited information at this time.
Yes, I'm referring to a memo to this task force from MTA dated April 24th, like 2 weeks ago.
Yes, I have that memo.
Okay, so what I read in here is a repeat of the request from Ms. Georgopoulos and MTA's statement that you responded via next request and provided two documents that I guess you thought were responsive in the middle of the second page, the 8219 eligible list, and then it just says parking enforcement administrator. I guess that was a job announcement or something like that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and no other records were provided in response to the request in these 7 categories. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And what you said, I believe a few minutes ago, was that it is your practice and it's some kind of an accepted practice that during the pendency of an EEO investigation that no underlying records are provided, and only now, like I guess 2 weeks or so after the investigation concluded, are you starting to review whether there are any other responsive records that can be provided? Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is the basis for withholding or non-disclosure during this EEO investigation? What's the legal basis for that?
I would have to defer to the city attorney that's been helping with this case. I don't have that information.
But
what I can do is I can explain to you and answer any questions that you may have with regards to my experience and standard practice with regards to releasing evidence. That is not something that is done when there is a pending or an open administrative investigation. And the reason for that is to preserve the evidence. It's to preserve and ensure due process to all parties involved.
Okay. I'm not interested in upending due process or any of that, but how is it that non-disclosure of public records to Ms. Georgopoulos in response to a public records request could somehow interfere with an investigation. How is that?
The documentation that was requested is evidence in the investigation.
Yes, and
that's why it was not released. It would compromise the integrity of the investigation.
and how exactly would it do that?
Evidence can be altered, it can be changed, confidentiality can be compromised. Witnesses, I've actually seen it and experienced it. Witnesses can be intimidated, and evidence can be tampered with. So it does compromise the integrity of the investigation.
But if MTA already has the evidence, how is it that someone could change evidence that MTA has? They're not changing your evidence. If they want to draw smiley faces all over copies of stuff that you provide them, that's on them, but that doesn't change what you have in your files, correct?
No, it doesn't change what's in the files. That is correct.
Okay. So I'm looking for a legal argument from you based on advice of your city attorney or whoever you want to get advice from as to how you can withhold that information. I understand your contention that it could somehow interfere with your investigation, but I haven't heard a legal argument or a citation to some point in state law that allows you to withhold those documents during the pendency of an investigation.
I don't have that information right now, but I'm more than happy to obtain that information and get back to the task force.
Okay, but this is the hearing to provide that information right here, right now.
Well, we didn't have an opportunity to go to the committee first. We're unaware and unprepared for a full hearing today. So I respectfully ask that we have that opportunity, that we table this and that we can come back with and answer your questions.
Okay. Let me go to page 56 of the packet for a moment, and then I will yield shortly. This is Exhibit D of Ms. Georgopoulos's submittal. It's labeled Monica Georgopoulos Requested Records Chart. Do you see this document?
You're asking, do I see a document?
Yes.
I don't see any document, no.
Do you have page 56 of the packet for this hearing?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are you the person representing the MTA that's prepared and speaking on MTA's behalf tonight?
I'm the person who's here tonight, yes.
Okay. So do you have the packet for tonight's item?
No, I do not.
Does someone at MTA, do you have another person with MTA? Is Ms. Celaya with you, or are you in communication, and can you get some assistance on this?
Our administrator emailed out a link to the packet. It's publicly available. It's on our website. And it's emailed out to both the petitioner and the respondent prior to every hearing.
Would you like to allow me an opportunity to pull that up?
Sure, absolutely. If you go to, let's see, our new website would be sf.gov/sunshine. And if you click on the link for today's meeting, you can find the agenda. And then if you scroll down, when you get to the agenda, you are item number 16. You can click the attachment link and it will bring up the packet.
While you're doing that, if I can ask Ms. Georgopoulos, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The chart that I was going to ask Ms. Johnson about, Is that your most recent refinement of your next request with the explanation of what you were requesting and the fact that they have not produced any of those records? Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Am I understanding and representing what I've gotten from your submittal?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that advice from their city attorney may be properly protected under the attorney-client privilege or attorney work product privilege if it is in fact advice or attorney work product, but the underlying records that you were asking for, some of them may be subject to redaction if they've got names or, the names of someone on a scoring panel, but some of the records may well have been able to be produced, and you have still gotten nothing since your determination letter on the complaint, on the investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Am I missing something here?
I was just never told by them that because I had filed with the CDC that they were not going to provide me any paperwork. They simply told me that they were asking for an extension and then ultimately close the case on me.
Okay. And what you provided us in Exhibit F, the relevant determination letter, you provided that to us voluntarily, and you understand that by putting it in the public file, that that's in the public domain, and you've waived whatever privacy rights you might have had in that 4-page determination letter. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. But you're still looking for the items that you were asking for in next request. You're still looking for the things on the chart on page 56, Exhibit D, and you still have gotten no additional records from MTA since April 24th. Is that also all true?
I got 0 from them.
Okay. All right. Just checking. So back to Ms. Johnson, if you've had an opportunity to find that chart.
Yes.
Okay. So had you seen this before?
No.
Okay. Have you not reviewed the packet material? I mean, I'm debating how far to go with this. Are you familiar with the packet material that has been available to the public since last week and was provided in a link sent to you or your agency some time back?
No, I'm just now in receipt to answer your question. I was out of the country last week. So this is my first opportunity to review it.
Okay.
I also want to, if I may, please respectfully share with the task force that our intent is to release all the requested documentation. We are going through the administrative process now. The investigation just concluded. And as soon as the investigation concluded, Mrs. Georgopoulos was sent a determination letter. The next phase of that process is to consult and work with the city attorney so that the appropriate documents can be released as appropriate.
And why did that not happen during the pendency of the investigation, or such that any relevant documents, in your view, that couldn't be disclosed during the investigation could have been provided at the same time as the determination letter? Why are we still 2 weeks later and nothing's been produced? You're not the only person at MTA. You're certainly not the only person at MTA in HR or investigations or parking enforcement and whatnot. MTA is a large agency.
I did not imply that.
So your answer or explanation would be?
The same as before. Confidentiality during investigations must be maintained in order to ensure the integrity of the investigation.
And yet
that is why the documentation was not released while the investigation was open.
And yet you have no legal citation for that. Nor have you produced any records on April 24th or thereafter when the investigation was completed and a determination letter sent. And this was a request that goes back to December of 2025 related to a recruitment that was posted in what, late 2024, early 2025?
Member
So-
Pope, I have other people in the queue,
Okay.
so let's get to any more pointed
It would be
questions.
nice if there was someone else from MTA that could answer some of these questions tonight, but thank you for trying to answer mine.
Okay, let's move on to Member Schmidt and I have Member Kumar.
I don't think I have any questions at the moment.
You don't, okay. Member Kumar, go ahead.
This is for the MTA. Hi, Member Kumar here. So I see that there's, you invoked an additional 14-day calendar extension on December 26th. So I'm factoring in the holidays, but you had the whole month of January. And I'm trying to understand, is this the period when you hired an attorney on this case? Like what is the timeline for getting the attorney on board?
I don't know what the timeline is, but I'm more than happy to get that information and provide it to the task force.
All right. And when you initially acknowledged the receipt and confirmed the scope of the request, at that time, were there any internal discussions internal discussions on notifying the petitioner that there is an attorney involved and some of the information is confidential, or did you determine that much later?
I don't have that answer, but I'm more than happy to obtain that information and provide it to the task force.
All right. One last question. So, in terms of like I know you are obligated to provide some HR information, legal communications. In terms of like providing the information, like you said, you are in the process of providing the information. Can you give us a list of what information will be provided to the petitioner, just for my mental health?
The information that was requested by by Monica Georgopoulos with regards to the recruitment and so forth. That documentation, all the data and information that's being requested not only has to be reviewed, it has to be redacted because it contains confidential information about other applicants. So it's a process. We respectfully, we're working as diligent and as quickly as we can to respond to this, but it does take time. And I'm sure you understand, we do have to be very, very careful with regards to maintaining confidentiality for other candidates and applicants.
Okay, so just one last thing. You said you have to redact the names of the people, and you determined that at the start, which is why you couldn't provide the information. Why was there a need to onboard an attorney?
I'm not sure I understand your question. We consult with the city attorney oftentimes with regards to any case that may where there may be litigation in the future. This case is no different.
But you said that it was the names of the candidates that sort of were a big reason for redacting the information. That's why it's taking so much time. Why couldn't you just let the petitioner know about that?
I haven't been in communication with the petitioner, and I cannot answer that without making some kind of guess. So I don't want to provide incorrect information or make a statement that's not true. I'm more than happy to research and get back to the committee on that.
Okay. All right. At the risk of just, I don't want to continue too much, but just one last thing. Were you on this from the beginning, or have you just been onboarded recently? Has there been like a change of personnel for handling this case?
My role with regards to this is I'm the manager of the internal investigations unit. We are I manage the team that conducts investigations into workplace violence, EEO, sexual harassment, discrimination, etc. That's my role, and that's my familiarity with this request.
You didn't answer my question. Has there been a personal change, like from December 16, 2025 to Feb 4th? I'm just trying to understand if there was somebody else handling this case and they were changed, moved around, or you have a staffing shortage? Like, just can you explain if there's been anything like that?
To my knowledge, I don't know who was involved initially. So again, I would misspeak. I would be giving you uninformed information. I don't know who was involved initially or who responded or anything.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I have just a couple real quick questions. I promise this isn't going to be long. So my understanding is there basically kind of, we'll call them two main exemptions that you're claiming. The first being attorney-client privileged records, and the second being records that were not disclosed because there was a pending EEO investigation. Is that broadly correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I understand regardless of whether or not the investigation is ongoing, concluded, whatever, attorney-client privilege is attorney-client privilege. And so what was attorney-client privileged on day one is probably still attorney-client privilege today, right? So I guess my question is about just speaking of the documents that were not disclosed because of the pending EEO investigation. Had the petitioner requested those documents prior to or without initiating an EEO investigation, would you have turned them over?
With regards to which documents, I want to make sure I'm understanding you. Bear with me.
All right, so I'm not putting aside the documents that are attorney-client privileged. I don't want to speak about those because presumably attorney-client privilege on day one still applies today and will continue to apply in the future. So the documents that you withheld because you said there was a pending EEO investigation. My question is, of those documents, had the EEO investigation had there been no EEO component, like let's say the petitioner requested those records and never concurrently filed an EEO investigation. So there is, just hypothetically speaking, no EEO investigation. Would you have turned those records over to her? Again, not the ones that were attorney-client, you would have. So it's your contention that records that were otherwise non-exempt became exempt once the EEO investigation was initiated. And once the EEO investigation concludes, they transition again back to being in this, we'll call it non-exempt status.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood the argument.
Thank you.
Anyone else, or should we move to rebuttals? Okay, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. Go
missed
ahead.
my
Go ahead,
button.
Member.
Okay, so this is for the respondent. Let's see. What documents are you considering to be attorney-client privilege?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Okay. All right, that's it. All of my other questions have been asked by other members. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. We ready for rebuttals? Real point of question.
Yes. To Ms. Johnson, just so that I understand and that the task force understands, without getting into all the details about how MTA is organized, the parking control officers in this 8219 recruitment is in the parking enforcement unit within the streets division, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's an HR that's headed up by Victoria Wise. There's an HR unit that deals with all the human resources issues that's headed up by Kimberly Ackerman, correct?
Yes.
The unit that you're in that deals with EEO and other types of investigations ultimately rolls up to Virginia Harmon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and public records are handled generally by Caroline Salaya and the board secretary. So your involvement in this is really limited to your knowledge of the EEO investigation and not what the streets division or HR or other parts of MTA are dealing with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Kumar? What's that?
Like,
We are on questions for the petition. We have not done rebuttals yet. No deliberation yet. Okay, let's go to rebuttals then. Each side will get 2 minutes. We will start with the respondent for up to 2 minutes.
Respondent, you may begin.
Only that the SFMTA has all intentions of being in full compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force requirements, and that we're working very diligently to resolve this matter. And I apologize for not having all the information or being able to respond to all of the questions of the task force. Again, the agency is more than happy, more than willing to respond accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And we have up to 2 minutes now for the petitioner.
Petitioner, you may begin.
Yes, so I just feel like I've been treated like they treat me differently in the department because of my husband. I share the same last name as him. I've always been looked at differently because whatever he does, they think I'm going to do. They don't take me into consideration. When they know that my work ethic is good, so is his. But because he chose to sue them and I chose to testify against the SFMTA, they're using this against me and they're retaliating against me. It's a clear retaliation from them, and that's the only reason why they're dealing with the city attorneys, because of the case that he had against them last year. And it's not fair. I scored high. I've had great performance reviews my whole career there. Next month, I make 25 years, and I've been a supervisor for 13 of those years. I've always ranked high. I ranked higher than all those people that they've hired, except for one, and they chose to bypass me and just say that I didn't get the position because I didn't interview well, yet they're not producing anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we will hear public comment. So if there's any public comment on this case, please raise your hand. You'll have up to 3 minutes to give your comments.
Yes, members of the public who would like to make public comment in this matter can raise their hand by pressing *3. If you're on the telephone or otherwise, raising your hand through the application. Give me one moment. Caller, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Caller, you've just been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. I'm going to move on to the next caller. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. You may proceed.
Yes, hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Elias Georgopoulos. And what I'd like to say is that this is clear retaliation. The SFMTA produced documents to me. Monica and I both did a next request almost simultaneously. They produced documents to me, but they did not produce documents to her. So for them to say that now it was because of an EEO investigation, this is the course that we need to take in order for the Civil Service Commission to come in to do their job, to show the clear retaliation. For the SFMTA to put MJ up here that knows nothing about the case is a clear indication that they keep on passing the buck, which is not fair. I mean, this is absurd that 6 months goes by and Monica receives nothing. We understand attorney-client privilege, but the same attorneys that they're relying upon are the attorneys that litigated the case against me, where Monica testified that this director made a racial slur. We're not asking the committee, we're just asking the committee to, have them produce the documents. 6 months is ludicrous that she has not received one. No interview notes. They claim that she didn't interview well, but where are the interview notes? Where are the notations? That's not attorney-client privilege. She's asking for her specific records along with others, but nothing. And then they have MJ come up here, and they totally got the investigation wrong, and we knew they would because it's just the S of MTA, and they're tied up together. Virginia Harmon was deposed at my trial, or during my trial. She was deposed twice. So this is they're all in cahoots, and I just wanted to state that, for them to have the audacity to have MJ come represent them that knows nothing about this, and 6 months later, this is absurd. But I want to thank the task force for hearing me out last week and for today. Excuse my energy.
Thank you for your comments. Administrator Young, do you want to go back to the first individual to see if they have resolved their technical issues?
Yes, I did lower the hand. So if you do want to make, oh, there it goes. There it goes. Hello, caller. You may begin your 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Caller, we cannot hear you. So I don't know if there's a mute button on your own phone, but we have unmuted you on our end. Please unmute your own phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's happened with my phone. This is Caroline Celaya at the SFMTA. I was trying to speak earlier to answer some of the questions that some of the task force members had with regards to the process for public records requests, which MJ wasn't able to answer as she doesn't really work in that world necessarily. So the request was responded to, seeking an extension because we were working with various people throughout the agency and with our city attorneys to determine what records could actually be released, and staff was busy gathering those records, so we needed more time. At some point during that process of the city attorneys reviewing some of these records, MJ was brought in and made us all aware that there was an investigation taking place. And so I was trying to go back and forth with staff and city attorneys and MJ to confirm if there were any records that could be released or if they all were going to need to be withheld. So that's why it took longer. And with this request was closed based on the records being attorney-client privilege. It should have also noted that it was part of an investigation. So I apologize to the complainant that wasn't put into the record. It was stated in our letter, but not as part of the response and next request. So I apologize for that. And as MJ has stated multiple times, the investigation has been completed, and we're working with our city attorneys to redact whatever information needs to be redacted from third parties, and the records will be released just as soon as we can get through that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up with Ms. Celaya? Because
we're not in question and answer, we're in deliberations now. We need to follow our.
Well, I mean, she could have answered my questions earlier because she's an MTA person about public records. So it's up to you.
If it's a very specific question, it can't go back to another 20 minutes.
Ms. Celaya, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it's Member Pilpel.
Okay.
So can you give us an explanation, a legal basis for withholding the records during the pendency of the investigation?
I can see if I have that. What I recall our attorneys, it's California Evidence Code 1040, which I believe was also discussed during a previous request, and I know that you were at that committee.
Yep.
it does say the official information privilege permits departments to withhold records of an ongoing investigation. So that is what we would have cited if we were to have provided that. So again, I apologize we didn't provide that, but that is the reason. It's California Evidence Code 1040.
Which was not cited anywhere in our packet tonight or explained.
Correct.
Whatever.
That was an oversight. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, now it's time for deliberations. Starting at 8:22. Member Kumar.
So, what, I mean, I can't even begin to like, there's so many levels at which the MTA has like just not given clarity. Just, it seems like they've just made internal decisions that even they don't know who made the decision and how it happened, right? So, first of all, I think it's irresponsible for the MTA to not send somebody who has the entire context, because it sort of feels like it's giving us half information and we have to keep deliberating on this for us, again, at another meeting. They could have just saved our time. That's the first thing I would like to say. The second thing I would like to say is that while I understand that they're invoking attorney-client privilege, until unless I have more context about what happened in January of 2025, I cannot make a decision on this particular case, because they are not being transparent with me about any information. They are not telling me what led to the closure of the request, what invoked the additional extension, why they did not justify not meeting the extension. That itself is a violation, right? If you're invoking an extension, you have to respond. And they did not respond. It sort of feels like there is this form of like entitlement within the MTA that they can get away with anything. And I think, given the history of the cases we've been getting from the MTA, I really think that we need another deliberation on this. I would say we shouldn't close this case today. We shouldn't take a vote. We should definitely do this again, and MTA should bring on board the person who's been part of this case from December 16, 2025 to present day. If they have staffing challenges, they have to be clear with us about that. If they have personal changes, they need to be clear with us about that. They cannot send somebody who just says, we don't know, we'll have to get back to you on this. I think we deserve the information we want as a task force. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Member Schmidt.
Mr. Chair.
You're after Member Schmidt. Member Wolf.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just speak to the.
In the microphone, please.
Microphone.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, Member Wolf. Let me just speak to the exemptions and my view on the exemptions, because this case looks like it's mostly about the exemptions. I'm sure that there were some attorney-client communications, and that is not really at issue. There could be some redactions based on privacy matters, although that needs to be constrained. I don't know if either of those necessarily come into what we want to do with producing, a conclusion, an order here today. I don't see that anything here would come within work product, so I'm not going to really spend any time on work product. The big question is ongoing claim. And I just don't think, and I think that everyone's questioning here indicates that you also don't see it. I just don't see that there's any exemption that covers that. Certainly there could be documents that are in there that are covered by certain exemptions, but the way they cite it, I don't think that's exempt information. And they may be able to deny giving their documents to their employees who might request them in a non-public records request, but this is a public records request, and that's the standard that we're dealing with here. So I just don't see, and in the 1040, which it really wasn't given to us in any of the paperwork, this 1040 theory. One, they didn't really rely on it in the paperwork. And two, I don't think official information privilege, maybe it would cover one or two documents in there, but I'm guessing it may not, it just not apply at all here. I've seen 1040 in a lot of these cases, and I think that's kind of thrown in there when they can't think of anything else. But it really is rarely applicable to what actually it's being asserted for.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, and agree with Member Schmidt's good counsel on that. I think he's right about this. Is generally the citation of statute is generally just thrown in without any real detail or explanation as to how they're applying it. And I haven't heard anything in the testimony tonight of how they're applying it. And so there is a balancing test in 1040. It's in paragraph B, subparagraph 2. And in the last sentence, it's a short sentence, it says, in determining whether disclosure of the information is against the public interest, the interest of the public entity as a party in the outcome of the proceeding may not be considered. So that begs the question, is the investigation make the public entity a party of the outcome? And I think that that's the crux of the balancing test here with regards to this case, as to whether the information requested is in the public's interest or not. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I'm going to actually kind of continue on your analysis of Evidence Code 1040. I think it's I don't even think we have to go beyond Part A of it. Evidence Code 1040 deals with what they call official information, right? And subsection A says, as used in this section, official information means information acquired in confidence by a public employee in the course of his or her duty and not open or officially disclosed to the public prior to the time that the privilege is made. And so I think this gets back to the question I had asked earlier, which is why I asked it. I said, would this information have been public had the EEO investigation not been initiated? And they said yes. So these were public records that turned into supposedly non-public records or exempt public records, and then somehow reverted again back to non-exempt status. But if they were non-exempt to begin with, you can't use Evidence Code 1040 because they were open or officially disclosed to the public prior to the claim privilege is made. And we just heard that through the testimony, that these would have been public records, and they were public records up until what they considered them no longer being public records when an EEO investigation was made. So I don't see how 1040 can be claimed here. I actually think this one's a pretty easy case to deal with. And I think Member Pilpel's point about even if we were to accept the fact that they were somehow exempt throughout the tenure of the investigation, which I don't accept that, but let's just hypothetically accept that, there's no reason that the process of figuring out what could be released, what needs to be redacted, and so forth and so on, couldn't have occurred concurrently to the EEO investigation, so that the day that the EEO investigation concluded, the records could be released. That's not when you start this. They have 6 months or so to do this concurrent to the EEO investigation. Not that, again, that I actually accept that, but even if I did, records should have been produced by now. So under either, I think, interpretation of this, I would be very open to finding a violation for timeliness, ordering them to disclose the records, and then having a committee follow up. I think we have what we need at this point. I don't want to stop anyone else from.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Real quick, based upon what you're saying, I think, this is a very kind of fundamental definition, so to speak, that we're bringing up here. And I think many of us have reiterated it. I think we need to note this as kind of like how we officially regard these kinds of documents when Evidence Code 1040 is cited, because that will help us in the future in when other cases just like this show up. And this is not the first time. This is like carbon copy many times of the same question that comes up for these from these agencies. So I think it would be very helpful for us, especially for new members too, that don't have the history behind them, to understand that this is kind of the baseline, so to speak. I don't know what folks think about that, but just thought I'd mention it.
Member Popo?
So I was going to comment on Member Wolf's assertion about 1040 B or C and relate 67.21G, which prohibits use of the 6255 balancing test or similar provisions as a basis for withholding. But I think Chair Yankee is correct that you don't even have to get to that, because the broad sweep that MTA is asserting with 1040 really doesn't apply. And I'm trying to temper my comments here because I'm really kind of angry with MTA, and I'll just be as plain as I can. MTA can enact whatever programs they want to do, provide whatever services, hire whatever people, litigate whatever they need to litigate. But as it relates to public records, they don't get to, any more than any other city department, make stuff up on their own without a legal basis and just, say that they're going to do it however they want. I think it's fine to send Ms. Zelaya, who is very familiar with public records. That's her job to us to engage with us on public records issues. And I think it is entirely unfair to Ms. Johnson or others, whether they're in HR or investigations or other units, to, have to defend the agency and either say they don't know and they'll have to get back to us, or make things up, which they're not making things up. They're saying we'll have to get back to you. But that's because they're just not familiar with this area. Presumably, they're doing HR or investigations or parking enforcement work that they need to do. And so Ms. Zelaya or someone who's a public records person really needs to relate to us. And so, 21E allows a department to send an authorized representative of the custodian who shall attend any hearing and explain the basis for its decision to withhold the records requested. I think Ms. Zelaya does that, and I'm not sure that Ms. Johnson does that here. I think among the violations that we can find are 21B for failing to provide records in a timely and complete manner, 21C for failure to assist if they had some reason to believe that some records may be available and others not. They could have provided guidance to the requester. 21E for sending as an authorized representative Ms. Johnson, who could not explain to us the basis for their decision, and for invoking Evidence Code Section 1040, not even in the papers, and certainly not on next request to the requester, and that's an invalid basis. And they still haven't provided, in my view, and perhaps in the view of the task force, a legal basis for non-disclosure of these records during the pendency of the investigation. I absolutely agree that attorney work product and attorney advice is properly not disclosed, and that there may be documents that are subject to redaction for privacy or on other bases that may not be disclosed. But the full sweep of the we're not giving you anything during the pendency of this investigation. And now that we're 2 weeks after that, only now are they starting to possibly review and release documents is wholly unacceptable. And so I'm certainly with finding some kind of violation here and along the lines that I just explained. Thank you. That wasn't that angry, was it?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion here. I'm going to move to find a violation of 6721B for failing to disclose records in a timely manner, to find that evidence code 1040 does not apply as a valid exemption in this scenario, since the testimony of the SFMTA during the hearing indicated that the records were public prior to an EEO investigation being initiated, to order the disclosure of all records not otherwise exempt by attorney-client privilege or other legal exemption, and to refer to a committee for compliance.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Membership?
Again, I didn't hear order in there. I don't think I heard order to produce.
Order to produce any records otherwise not exempt by attorney-client privilege or other legal justification.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
My bad.
My apologies. I'm going to paraphrase this and hopefully you can correct me along
Sure.
the way.
Go ahead.
Violation of 67.21B by failing to provide public records in a timely and or complete manner.
Yep. Second part was to find evidence code 1040 is not.
Find that California evidence code 1040 does not apply.
Section 1040, yeah. Section 1040, yeah.
Section 1040 does not apply in this situation as a valid, as it does not apply in this situation as a valid exemption.
Right.
As the records.
Because the respondent testified during the hearing that the records requested would have been public prior to.
One moment, I'm a bit too fast. Because the respondent stated
For an investigation.
that the records in question would have been provided.
Or would have been public.
Would have been public. Prior to the start of the investigation.
The EEO investigation.
EEO investigation.
Right. Then order the disclosure.
The task force orders the disclosure or the task force orders
Disclosure.
the disclosure of all records,
All requested records.
all requested records, and refers the
I
matter.
would say all requested records not otherwise exempt by attorney-client privilege or other legal exemption. And then orders to a committee for
And
follow-up.
first matter to committee for compliance.
Fine, you got it, yes. Okay. Any comments on that, or should we just move to a vote? Don't see any comments. Okay, let's take a vote on that then.
Give me one moment. On that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
And an aye. Member Sangaradi. Aye. Sangaradi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you to the parties for joining us this evening. And we can move on to item number 17. This is our last complaint of the night.
So bear in mind that there's another complaint filed by the husband that's coming next month. So some of these facts may seem quite similar.
Item number 17, file number 26051, complaint filed by Martha Eas against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholding.
Okay, do we have the petitioner and respondent available?
We have the two parties.
Great, thank you for joining us this evening and waiting until your item got called. And I see Martha and I see Ms. Thornhill is with DEM, so I think we're all set there. This is again one that did not go to committee, so I think we can jump right into our presentations. And we'll start with the petitioner. Petitioner, can you make sure your microphone works?
Yes, hi, test, test, test.
Perfect, we can hear you. Maybe we'll check. Ms. Thornhill, can you turn yours on as well, just to make sure we can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Excellent, yes, we can. Okay, so we'll start with 4 minutes for the petitioner and wait for our administrator to give you the go-ahead.
Petitioner, you may begin.
Good evening, members of the task force. I appreciate your time, particularly at this hour, so thank you for hearing this matter. My name is Martha East. I'm a research consultant, and my primary client is Duke Department of Economics, where I support peer-reviewed research on emergency response. Before I want to acknowledge that James Bard, who is with the Department of Emergency Management and is their data manager, was so responsive and helpful throughout the data production. The issue I'm bringing to the task force arose at the legal review stage. So my complaint concerns a specific question. On February 18th, 26, I submitted a public records request to the DEM for raw data from its Intrado 911 phone system. DEM produced some of the data requested, but withheld the location field. DEM publishes intersection level location data every day in its fire and EMS dispatched calls for service data set on data.sfgov.org. For example, intersections like Polk and Cedar appear in it without redaction and without any privacy exemption invoked. Now, I'd like to note one thing about DEM's April 17 response in reply to the SOTF's notice of complaint before turning to its substance. DEM denies all allegations, but does not dispute the factual premise of this complaint, that the department publishes intersection level location data daily in its fire and EMS dataset without invoking any privacy exemption. That fact is conceded. The question is the legal one. DEM's response also does not address two pieces of the written record. On March 10, DEM's data manager wrote that the question was, in his words, or my question that I had asked, was in his words, sitting with the city attorney. When I asked the legal question directly on March 20, the response from DEM's public relations officer was in full, quote, "Please see my previous emails regarding legal justification. This is the legal guidance that we have received." End quote. I asked 4 separate times in writing for the city attorney's reasoning, but none has been produced. Now I want to address 3 points DEM raised in its response. First, DEM argues that the public fire and EMS dataset comes from a separate CAD system that is, in DEM's words, cleaned before public release to address privacy concerns. That description concedes that DEM has conducted a privacy analysis on intersection level location data and determined it can be released. The question for this task force is what additional privacy interest exists in the same field at the same level of generality from a different source system, and DEM has not articulated one. Second, DEM's response argues for the first time at the hearing stage that intersection level data could allow neighbors to infer who made the call. If that concern justified withholding, it would equally require redaction of the department's own public fire and EMS dataset. The department does not redact that dataset. That this argument surfaces for the first time in the response and not in a response to me is itself the section 67.27 problem. Third, DEM characterizes its March 12 email as a, quote, full citation-based legal basis, end quote. That email contained 3 statutory citations, the same through the department has repeated since without further analysis. Section 67.27 requires more than that. It requires justification of why the cited authority applies to the specific data being withheld. A list of citations is not a justification, and a justification that fails to address the department's own contrary public release of the same field does not meet the standard. So I'm asking the task force for 3 things. First, to find that DEM has failed to provide a legally adequate basis for withholding intersection level location data.
Okay, I'm sorry, your time's up for now, but you will get another 2 minutes for rebuttal. So if you have additional.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move on to the respondent for up to 4 minutes.
Respondent, you may begin.
Great. DEM denies the allegation and asks the task force to find that we did provide a complete response. DEM provided written justification for the withholding, identified the specific legal authorities, and produced the responsive records that could lawfully be released. The original request was for raw CAD data from DEM's Intrado phone system, every call routed to our line, including caller numbers and any automatic location information captured by the phone system. So this is raw telephone system data, not the public curated computer-aided dispatch data. DEM produced responsive 911 phone data on March 25th. We gave unique call IDs, timestamps, lines dialed, anonymized caller IDs, call durations, and basic disposition fields covering 2019 through 2025. So it was a very large data set. DEM withheld 2 categories of raw information, raw caller number data and raw location data, which are addresses or coordinates captured by the phone system. The legal basis was provided in writing on March 12th, which included California Constitutional Right to Privacy, Article 1, Section 1, Government Code, Section 7927-700, the CPRA Personal Privacy Exemption, San Francisco Administrative Code, Chapter 12M, Protection of Private Information, and DEM supplemented those citations with an additional technical and legal explanation, further referencing section or Administrative Code Chapter 12M on March 20th. The key technical distinction here, just to drill down on the issue, is that DEM's public calls for service data set is CAD data, not phone system data. They're 2 totally different systems. They talk to each other, but they produce different sets of data. The CAD data is manually reviewed and cleaned before the public release, so sensitive locations are removed or they are generalized to the nearest intersection. The Intrado phone system data is raw, it has not been curated, and it cannot be reliably matched to CAD incidents in the aggregate because there's no key that reliably links the 2 systems. So that means that DEM cannot at scale do what we do with the CAD data to the Intrado data and provide a level of location data that does not risk identifying a caller. We can't separate those ordinary calls from the highly sensitive ones in the raw data with the Intrado data. And again, the key issue here is the inability to reliably match it to the CAD data, which is what tells us then whether the call is sensitive and allows us to do that analysis at scale. So releasing raw location data, even partially anonymized, creates real privacy and safety risks, domestic violence calls, repeat complaints from a single address, juvenile matters, sensitive medical calls combined with publicly available incident information, and raw fields can allow a third party to infer who placed a 911 call. And so obviously we are trying to be very careful about releasing anything that could unintentionally do that. Again, the question before the task force is whether DEM provided a written justification. We did do that on multiple occasions, and that I understand that was not satisfactory to the requester, but we did provide that justification. The complainant has asked DEM to produce the city attorney's written legal reasoning. Section 6727 does not require an agency to forward internal legal analysis to a requester. It requires the agency to identify in writing the legal authority for the withholding. DEM did so on March 12th and on March 20th. Again, we sought clarification. We consulted our data team. We consulted the city attorney. We worked directly with the requester and made non-custodian of records staff available to her via phone and email. So I think we dedicated arguably more staff time than we were really required to by relevant laws to fulfilling this request. And we produced a very large data set in response. So
Thank you very much. And we'll come back to you for another 2 minutes for a rebuttal shortly here. Okay, members, this is one that did not go to committee, so if we could first have a motion to find jurisdiction at the records of public, that'll allow us to proceed. Okay, moved by member Wolf. Do we have a second on that? Seconded by member Anderson. Let's see if there's any public comment on that motion.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on the question of jurisdiction and the records are public, you can raise your hand at this time. Star 3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. There are no indications of public comment.
Okay, with no public comment, we can go ahead and move to a vote on that.
On that motion, member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sangiardi. Aye. Sangiardi, aye. Member Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, so
I
any
have a
questions?
point of information.
Oh, go ahead, member Wolf.
Yeah, on pages, where did I put it here? On pages starting with number 372 and 388, there are a slew of blank pages. And I'm just wondering if there was information that didn't get scanned or is not showing up for some reason. That's pertinent to this.
That's a great question.
Administrator Peterson, did you hear that question and could you answer?
I think she responded. She's going to ask.
I did. I am checking.
Oh, okay.
The page numbers again, please.
Starting with pages 372 and 388.
Thank you.
Okay, while Administrator Peterson looks into that, members, do we have any questions for either the petitioner or the respondent?
I have questions.
Go ahead, member Wolf.
For the petitioner, on page 29, there's an email from James Bard that refers to contacting Muckrock. Are you connected to Muckrock or is DEM connected to Muckrock?
So Muckrock is a service that allows anyone to send record requests with some facility. So my organization has an account at Muckrock, and so Muckrock is the medium by which or the request was originally sent. And that should be, I wish I had a page number for you, but that should be included in this packet. Mr. Bard then responded to the request that was made on Muckrock, asking if there could be more, if a conversation would be possible. And I've worked with and met with Mr. Bard before, and so I was happy to move it to email, and then just wanted to make sure I did my sort of due diligence of, or our team's due diligence of going through the proper channels at first.
Okay, and while I have you, where did you get the information on page 357? Is this an example of what you were looking for?
This is what, so if you were to go to the website, Data SF, give me one
That's
moment.
okay. Just
Yeah, if you go to the website and then you click through to find this data set that it's the Fire Department and Emergency Medical Services dispatch call for service, then this is what you would see. So the screenshot is showing a number of columns, the one in the middle being the address, where the intersection level location data is shown.
okay. And the information that you are requesting that's specific to this intersection data, that's the information that they are withholding, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So that what we're seeing in the file here, is this just an example of what you're looking for? So we have an understanding what it looks like?
Yeah, well, just and you're speaking about page 357?
Yes.
Yes, it's also I wanted to make sure that it was evident how easily accessed the address data was for anybody to find if they were to look at this data set.
So your complaint is if it's available here, why won't they give it to you directly?
If it's available here, then why would it be exempted in another situation? Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Vice Chair Stein.
Okay, so I have a question for the petitioner. Have you seen examples of Intrado data from other cities? And if so, what does the address portion or field look like in terms of what is in it?
To be honest, I am not. The data sets that I request most commonly do not involve the Intrado phone system. There's a new research design that we're working with, which is centered around whether calls come in through 911 or through a non-emergency 10-digit phone call or phone line or through some other means. And so this is a new practice. I'll say shortly that no, I have not received data like this from other cities, so I don't have anything to compare it to, unfortunately.
Okay, and then I guess for the respondent, I mean, you kind of went through this quickly, but you seem to say that there were two different ways the Intrado captured address data. One, you said, I think you said particular locations, and then you said, where did it go? Coordinates. You said they either captured addresses or coordinates. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's so. Sorry, I had to speed run it in my 3-minute time, but I think that page 357 kind of like to build on what we were just talking about kind of illustrates my point. That is manually cleaned CAD data that has been verified to not include identifying location level data for sensitive calls. So if you want to know what specific location a CAD record is attached to, you can find that online. But there's a difference between that and the raw call level data. So it's important to understand, for one thing, that CAD and phone calls are not a one-for-one. Multiple phone calls could be attached to one CAD incident if they're attached to this, if they're coming from the same location or for some other reason. So they're two totally different data sets when we're talking about the raw phone system versus the computer-aided dispatch system. And my understanding, I have not seen the raw data myself, but my understanding is that it can come in terms of coordinates, or it can come in terms of an address.
When you say coordinates, like what are these coordinates?
I think those would be like, sorry, I'm blanking on the technical term for it.
Latitude.
Thank you.
Latitude and how specific are those coordinates?
Oh, latitude and longitude are fairly specific. Yeah. And so the issue here is that when if we could reliably match the Intrado data to the CAD data at scale, we would be able to do the same thing to the Intrado data that we do to the CAD data. And clean it and make sure that we're not publishing addresses of domestic violence calls and other things like that. But because it's not a neat one for one, there's a kind of an automated software process that happens on the back end where the Intrado raw phone data gets attached to a CAD record, and that is dependent on where the call is coming in from and who the caller is. Like if I call 911 3 times in a row, it's probably going to get attached to the same CAD system because it'll see that it's my same number from the same location calling 3 times in a row. And so because that there's so much variance in how call data gets matched to CAD data, our data people have not been able to reliably on the back end say, okay, we can develop a similar process for cleaning the raw phone data. And frankly, it hasn't been something that there's been a need for. We get requests for 911 data from all kinds of stakeholders and media and everyone on a regular basis. And the CAD data that we work, that is why we put staff time into cleaning CAD data, because there's a public interest in having a version of 911 data that is available. But a lot of staff time and city attorney time has gone into determining like what we can and can't release there. And unfortunately, it's not doable right now with the raw phone data at scale.
It's still a little bit hard for me to understand, like, why does it have to be, if you have this system of phone records that's created and there's some kind of location aspect to it, which may be an address or maybe some coordinate, I don't understand why it has to be matched to CAD data to be looked at and potentially released or not, if it's not identifying a specific like a very specific location from which a call came, like a specific address. Can you like explain that a little bit?
Yeah, well, it has to be matched to the CAD data so we know if it's a sensitive call, because just the fact that someone called 911, it may or may not be a sensitive call. And so if it's not a sensitive call, we don't need to mask the location info. But if it is, we do. And the Intrado system just tells us that someone called from a specific time at a specific location. And I think it maybe gives call disposition, but it doesn't give all the details on that incident that CAD does. So with the CAD data, we can say, okay, this is what this call is about, and therefore we know it's sensitive and we have to mask the location data. But we can't do that just based on the raw phone data. We would need to link them up on the back end somehow. And my understanding from our data lead, James, and I think he said this in one of the emails in the packet, is that that's not possible.
Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Member Popel?
Yeah, trying to come up with questions as we're going through this. So this was moving a little quickly. What I heard from the petitioner is that you were looking for address information. Is it an exact address, or is like the closest intersection good enough? Is that fine?
Yes, yeah, we asked for specifically for intersection level data.
Okay, so if I call, I'm not calling 911, but if I called 911 and said, I'm just walking by, or, you know, it appears that there's a fire at 25 Van Ness or 1 South Van Ness, if they translate that into the intersection of Van Ness and Market, fire at Van Ness and Market at a certain time is good enough for you.
That's right.
That would be great. Okay. So it's not actual address. Got it. So to Ms. Thornhill, you talked about privacy and safety concerns, and then you made reference to sensitive calls, highly sensitive location data, highly sensitive calls. I'm not sure that I understand either your definition or an example of what the privacy and safety concerns are and what constitutes a sensitive call or a highly sensitive location. You lost me there. And I guess the fundamental question here is, if you get some address, is there not software that can take a specific address and just link it to the nearest intersection? So 25 Van Ness or 1 South Van Ness just becomes Market and Van Ness for purpose of public disclosure. And if that's the case, what's the problem disclosing that somebody called 911 to say that there may be a fire at Market and Van Ness? what's the problem?
Yeah, I think to your first point about what is the privacy concern here, I think I could go down, there's more of a rabbit hole about what types of calls are sensitive. How do we determine that? But I think the upstream thing of that is trying to prevent any scenario where someone could identify a caller. And so when we are looking at even at an anonymized level, if we have call disposition, if we know that someone is calling repeatedly about the same thing from a given intersection, from a given location, that could sometimes be used to identify the caller. And so, or sorry, from a specific address, not a specific intersection. And so the issue here is that we don't have, like, is there maybe in theory a software that we could procure that would run through all this raw phone data and turn the coordinates and the addresses into nearest intersections? Maybe, absolutely. I don't dispute that that might be the case. But we don't currently have a mechanism to do that. And I don't believe it's incumbent on us to obtain one for the sake of fulfilling this request. We could maybe do that. I would have to talk to our data manager if there was like a small slice of data that you wanted for a specific area or a specific day or a much more narrow time frame. We could look at the staff time that would be involved in doing that manually. But I think we don't have a way to do that at scale right now in the way that we do with CAD data. And that's just a technical limitation, is my understanding.
So how does the CAD data now go from 25 Van Ness to Market and Van Ness? How does that happen?
Again, I think there's a it does that in the CAD software, but I think that's getting at, there's a lot of things that happen on the back end, right? The raw phone data gets fed into the CAD software, which then processes it and batches it and defines a location. And the CAD will usually try to attach it to an address rather than CAD. It won't show up as coordinates in CAD. It'll show up as an address, and then it'll get manually turned into I don't know what the process is. I assume there's some sort of automation or way of manually turning it into an intersection, but I did not get down to that granular level of detail with our staff.
It sounds like you might have a way to just take the call data and for whatever time span you're looking at, port all of that into CAD and use whatever tool there exists in CAD to turn that from an address or a coordinate into an intersection. And then you should be good to disclose that. Am I missing something?
If it were my understanding, and we're butting against the edge of my technical knowledge because I'm trying to develop a familiarity with this, but I think that would be the case if it were. I think that would be the case if it were a 1-for-1, but it's not a 1-for-1. Like the CAD software reads the raw phone data, and so one phone call does not equal one CAD record. There might be, if you have a really significant incident, there might be, I don't know, 15 to 20 phone calls, say, for something that is visible or loud that the public hears. And those would all get batched and sorted in some sort of computer language that I don't understand that happens in the software from the phone system into the CAD system. And so and again, I wish I could explain it to you better than this, but my understanding is that we have the ability to produce generalized intersection level data when it comes to CAD records, but that, like, at a technical level, we just don't have the capacity to do that. And again, like our data manager, James, spent a fair amount of time working on this. He produces large batched 911 records on a regular basis. So I'm pretty confident in his assessment of what is or isn't technically possible.
Okay, I get that.
Real fast, I just want to do a time check on everyone. It is 9:10. We've been on this one for a while, and we still have deliberations to go through. So if we could try to,
I understand.
Wrap our
It's
questions
got a lot
up.
of technical.
It does.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if ultimately if there's a violation here, and beyond that, if there's a way going forward to make this easier for everyone. And maybe part of this is for DEM to examine if there's additional functionality on the call handling software and the back end of that could also translate into intersections as your CAD software does. And if you And it sounds like that's not a functionality you have now, but maybe you could explore if they offer a module to do that. And if that's a, $500 or $10,000 fix, maybe that's something worth considering. If it's $1 million, maybe it's not something worth considering. I don't know.
I hear that, and I will absolutely take that back to the relevant people at our department. And also, I want to set expectations with the task force in a reasonable place that like our budget is shrinking and we are laying people off like many other departments, and our non-personnel budget is shrinking. So if there is some solution that allows us to do that with zero increase in required staff time and zero non-personnel costs, we can do that.
And I also understand that 911 is somewhat reimbursed by the state, and to the extent that there's a reimbursement issue, or there may be other counties that have encountered this and had to deal with it in some way, maybe LA or San Joaquin or somebody's got some nifty tool that deals with this.
It's reimbursed to a very limited extent, and I think the petitioner herself noted that no other jurisdiction that she can produce has produced this Intrado level data. So I would be interested to know if there's precedent there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any specific questions? Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to rebuttals then. Each side will have 2 minutes for the rebuttals. We'll start with the respondent. Please wait for our administrator before you start your rebuttal. Respondent, you may begin.
Thank you very much. DEM has made several arguments. None of them justifies the withholding. First, DEM's own practice refutes its privacy argument. DEM already releases CAD data generalized to the nearest intersection, and that's the level of detail that I requested. And by the way, without phone numbers, we specifically wanted no phone numbers in this data set. So DEM cannot tell this body that intersection level data is safe to release from one system and dangerous to release from another when the geographic precision is identical. Second, the public CAD dataset is cleaned, redacted subset designed for general public release. Record requesters under CPRA receive more than what is on the open data portal with appropriate field level redaction. So the standard under section 7922.525 is reasonable segregability, not wholesale withholding. Third, on the technical limitation argument, address to intersection conversion at scale is standard geocoding. Every major GIS package does it. DEM already does it for CAD, as Ms. Thornhill said. The claim that it cannot be done for a different table in the same agency is not a technical limitation, it's a workflow choice. Fourth, DEM has now told this task force 3 times in 3 different ways that the real obstacle is staff capacity. Capacity is a burden argument, not a privacy argument. It is governed by separate statutory authority and requires a written burden estimate. DEM has not provided one. I do want to acknowledge that James Bard spent a significant time on this request, and I said so at the outset. His work is not in dispute. What is in dispute is whether DEM can invoke a privacy exemption when the actual reason, as DEM has now stated on the record, is staff capacity. The Sunshine Ordinance and CPRA do not allow that substitution. DEM publishes intersection level location daily without privacy exemption. They have not explained why the same level of generality identifies an individual in this production context. Until they do, the withholding is not justified. And the budget concern, I hear it's real. Again, it's not a CPRA exemption. The statute does not allow an agency to withhold records because staffing is tight. And I also want to be clear, I have not made broader Intrado level requests of other cities. I just haven't made them, period. So it's not exactly
okay.
correct.
Unfortunately, your time is expired. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I think we went backwards.
I think we did. As I say, that should have been the other way, but we'll let Ms. Thornhill end.
You may begin, Ms. Thornhill.
I don't think I didn't hear any new arguments, but if the task force has additional questions, I'm glad to answer them. I think there's just to try to I think there was some conflation of the privacy and the kind of capacity issues there. I guess if I were to try to untangle those, I would say that the privacy issue is with releasing the raw data in the format that it exists now. The capacity issue is that I don't think we're obligated to create a record that doesn't exist. We deleted the field. We withheld the field that was sensitive. We produced the record with all the other fields. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this stuff. I'm going to take it back. I'm going to confirm that we can't do that. But my understanding is we can't do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, it's 9:15 now, and we're going to start our deliberations.
Public comment. Me, Bruce.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Public comment.
Oh, public
If there are
comment.
any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this item, you can raise your hand at this time. *3 if you're on the phone, otherwise use the application. I see no indications for public comment.
Okay, no public comment. Now we can begin deliberations. Thank you for that. Member Wolf, I think you were in
Sure.
first.
Thanks. So this is an area that I'm pretty familiar with, not with the particular systems that they use, but with how the information is managed. This is all about databases and how data is managed. DEM would not be creating a new record of information that they already have. They would just be spitting it out into a file that would be filtered or parsed specifically for what the requester is asking. So this is all done in data sets. So what you see on page 357 is just a visual rendering of the data in data set that's contained in the data set, or a table that is contained then in a database, which is a collection of data sets. Other ways of visualizing the data is in a spreadsheet. So that's where a lot of people read that information. But when you look at the raw data, you can kind of think of it as like a Word document with words that are separated by a specific character, like a comma or a semicolon, or even a tab space. It could be anything. And then when you do kind of a search through a database, you're basically each of those words that are contained between those typographical characters is called a field. And so you can either say, give me that field, or don't give me that field when you do a search. And so the thing that gets me about this is what DEM, the respondent, is saying is that the phone records that get transferred over to the CAD system, those are that information is structured very uniformly, and it can be parsed out very exactly. So it's not like all jumbled into different fields. These folks are trained to make sure that the information that goes into each field is the right information that's supposed to go into that field. So that's what's making this kind of weird for me, because they should be able to do the intradado transfer and be able to convert a real address into the intersection address, which is what the requester is asking for, the petitioner is asking for, in the way that you see it on page 357. So I'm a little, I wish Mr. Bard was here, because he could probably make it a little even more easier to understand that I'm giving it to you. But that's kind of where I'm at with this. And I just feel that they could have gone the extra step. And I think if this is caught up in some sort of legal kind of situation about not being released because of legal issues, then I'd like to hear what those legal issues are. Because I think Mr. Bard could easily give this information out. If you look on page 355, he gives an answer for each of the fields that the petitioner is more or less asking for. But the petitioner just said they're not asking for phone records. So even though they could give like caller ID, but when it comes to the caller's phone number, he says they have it, but they wouldn't give it. So, and the location information, they're saying they have it, but they wouldn't give it for privacy if it included coordinates or, specific address. So I think there is a way to do this, because the data SF, what you see on page 357, now I don't know whether that is from the CAD system or from the phone system. I don't know if the petitioner can, or either party can answer that question as to whether this is the intradado information or not.
The data SF page is the CAD data. It's not the intrado.
Oh, it's not the intrado. Okay. Yeah. All right. Very good. All right. That's all I had to say about this. Thank you for right now.
Okay. Thank you, Member Wolf. Anyone else? Vice Chair Stein.
I'll just say, I found the explanation from DEM compelling that they are collecting the data that's coming through this Utrado system is coming in the form of a specific address or a specific coordinate, and they are not reviewing it or putting it through any kind of program to change it into more general coordinates, which I actually would consider a new record. The record that's there has information that they can't, that's very more specific than what you have in the CAD data, which is just the intersections, and they don't have, they're not currently, cross-referencing that data and generalizing it. So to me, it would be creating a new record, and I would want to make a motion to find no violation, since providing the data would require that they create a new record.
Second.
Okay. Motion to find no violation because it would require, I'm sorry, what was the word you used? Because it would
Require the Department of Emergency Management to create a new record.
Okay. And seconded by Member Schmidt.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
I have a
I'm sorry.
comment.
I have Member Hood here first talking to me.
I think I think Member Wolf had a really good point before, and especially since DEM, is it Ms. Thornhill? Wasn't able to confirm whether the software could do what was being asked for. I mean, it's possible that what we're talking about is something that's not manipulating data. It could be, something about just having it appear in a different way, like in Excel, when you have dates where the month is spelled out and it's a specific date, or, is it April spelled out 1 or is it 4/1? And it's a very simple thing where you're just changing a setting. And since we don't know that, I actually don't feel comfortable saying that there's no violation. It might be something where this could be produced without a lot of additional work. We just need the right person in the department to answer the questions.
Okay.
Or excuse me, I don't want to say the right person, but person with more knowledge of the software, of the database.
And I think Member Wolf wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I have to vote no on this. It's too quick to make a motion like that. I mean, there's not enough information, and not even the respondent has enough information to be able to answer the question.
Well, actually, am I allowed to talk, or am I?
No, unfortunately not. I'm sorry.
No, I think by, what I've heard is that they don't know if there's the ability to do that, or else they would have been doing it. So, I think more information needs to be understood about the system. I'd like to know. I can't formulate a motion on because I don't have enough information about how the system works, and if they are able or not able. Maybe they're able to do it in a week. Maybe not today, but maybe they're able to do it in a week and give the petitioner the information they want. I think Jackie Thornhill is basically saying that that's something that they're actively working on. So, I think that it's premature to find no violation necessarily. I think the records are public. I think the information was not given in a timely manner. It's not creating a new record. It's parsing out existing public records into an existing system, which is also a public record. And it's just part of the course of how the systems are set up. It's not creating brand new information or brand new documents. So I have to vote no on this. I think it's too premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Do we have anyone else? Member Adams.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one for me as a software person. It was hard for me to understand whether it's the case that this is like an intractable problem that's a whole engineering project to solve, or it's something that does not currently exist because it's sort of gluing together two different systems, but like could somewhat trivially be created, even if it's not a current feature of the software. I guess in general, I'm just curious, like historically, how far we can go with these things, because there are many public records that I have considered asking about and others have considered asking about that there's no reason they couldn't exist or be assembled from existing data. It's just the case that our city data systems are like old and siloed. And so we're not able to feasibly answer a lot of interesting questions, even though there are data artifacts somewhere that could be compiled into that answer. And so I'm curious, like, yeah, how far can we go with this? Because in principle, like, if you ask the right question, you could re-engineer entire department IT stacks. And certainly, like, we wouldn't want to go that far, but it is a little bit of like a judgment call here. And I don't feel like I understand how far we can go with that stuff, or how far we should go with that stuff.
You have to leave? Okay. Member Kumar will be absent at 9:26 p.m.
And then I think there is the like epistemological question of what knowledge exists in what form. And if you download it in one format and then you put it into an Excel, is that creating a new record? Are we forcing the production of a new document? I recall at our last meeting, we actually had this conversation around like police records and whether or not we were going to be forcing a police team or department to create new records to get what we wanted, which would then not actually be it would be the information requested, but it would not be the documentation, the actual record that was requested. It doesn't, at this point, I don't feel like they can produce the document that is being requested. And if that's the case, then it's not violation.
Mr. Chair.
I remember Popel.
So the only statutory language I can think of right now is 67.21L, inspection and copying of documentary public information stored in electronic form shall be made available in to the person requesting in any form requested which is available to or easily generated by the department, blah, blah, blah. So the question is it available to or easily generated? And that's kind of on the department. If they say, we would love to be able to do this, but we can't right now, it's not easily generated and we don't have it accessible, then it's kind of a thing. On the other hand, that's why I was asking if they could, upgrade to, 2.3 on the system, and that's a, $5,000 mod and it's, coming in a few months. Great. And if it's, some huge task order to redefine whatever thing, then maybe not. So I don't have that information. I think it's fine that we're talking to Ms. Thornhill. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure on this one if it's more of a technical obstacle or if there's some legal aspect to this that I'm only starting to understand about sensitive locations and the privacy and safety concerns that then translate into some technical issue. So I'm a little stuck there, but I'm not yet ready to say no violation, and I might be open to a continuance if we had a specific technical question that might help answer it next time. But if not, then I'm not sure what to do on this. Struggling.
Remember, I had a quick question. Perhaps I'm reading this too simply, but have they not previously published these kind of documents?
Not from this source, not from this particular data source.
Mr. Chair.
I would go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I would just say, I think I heard from Ms. Thornhill that for non-privacy sensitive data, they could produce, they could extract that information. But to be able to, and because of how, like, if there was one call for one incident and there were like 15 people or 25 people from the public called 911 about that one incident, how they are able to parse out that information is some of the issues that they're having. I'm not so convinced of that, because every single one of those calls is going to have the same, think of it as a form, like an online form with fields in the form. it's going to have the same information for each one of those calls. So how they parse that out is very uniform and very exacting. Now, all they're looking to do here is from this Intrado system, which has the exact address, is converting that into an intersection. And that is the issue that I believe Ms. Thornhill said that they're working on. And so I think it's worthwhile to continue this to see if they're able to, if and when they're able to do this and provide the records to the petitioner. That's what we're here for, is to help the petitioner and the public get the public information that is supposed to be available to them. Because this will also not be the first time we have to deal with this kind of issue. There's going to be more issues with all kinds of other data from other departments, whether it's MTA or the police department or what have you, that manages data that needs to spit it out on a regular basis. So I think this is a good one to monitor. And I think giving it one continuance to see if they could come through with it is worthwhile.
I would like to call the question.
Okay, I don't see anyone else wanting to speak anyways, so let's go ahead and take a vote on the motion to find, I believe it's no violation.
The motion, find that there is no violation. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
No.
No. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
No.
Highland, no. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Motion passes by a vote of 6-4 with one absent.
This is the most diverse set of votes.
Oh, so
I've
much
seen
for
it.
driving to consensus, Vice Chair Stein.
In 12 years. I've never
So
seen
excited.
this.
We don't want to drive to.
Yeah, we don't want it.
consensus.
I don't.
See what your bylaw amendments is.
I think it's working.
I would just like to say I'd like to encourage DEM to continue working on this because it is public information, and there's probably a lot of public information that should be disclosable. It's not.
I am gonna take it back. I do appreciate that, and I am gonna take it back. And I appreciate the discussion, and I'm honored to have divided the task force more thoroughly than it's been divided in 12 years. Here at 9:30 p.m. with you all.
Thank you, Ms. Thornhill, and thank you, Martha. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's East. And since Ms. Thornhill had a chance to respond, is it okay if I say something?
Just a couple seconds, sure, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that the purpose of this record request and any record request I make is toward evaluation of programs to help decision makers make effective decisions, appropriate decisions for their populations. And so this kind of a thing is really disappointing that the limitation of the technology would be honored over a legal justification of it instead of actually exploring what could be possible, because the people that I work with are incredibly talented and could provide a lot of insight.
I'm going to have to, I said just a couple remarks, and so I'm going to have
to. I'm sure it's a run-on sentence, but I appreciate that. It would be really valuable to have this kind of data available.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, our complaint hearing agenda is complete. We can now go back to item number 6.
Item number 6, chairs and committees report. Opportunities for the chair and committee chairs to update the entire task force on their recent activities.
Okay, I'll go first, and then I'll turn it over to the committee chairs. I've copied everyone on the ethics referral. That was not the ethics referral, but That went out to the Ethics Commission regarding the Rick Sanders Office of the Mayor case. I'll keep everyone updated. I will include a copy of that referral in our administrator's report or chair's report next time, but it was too late to get it as an attachment to this agenda. Quick update, we talked quite a bit in our last meeting about the ladies and gentlemen settlement. So the Board of Supervisors passed that through the, I think it was a Government Oversight and Audit Committee. They went on their consent agenda. They've approved the settlement, so that's done. I was contacted by KQED Radio, and we talked for 25 minutes about it. I think they ran a short story. I don't know, Ms. Peterson, I think you heard it. I don't know if you could give a quick, I know it's not available online. I don't know if you could give a very quick summary of what KQED may have said, because I think you did hear it.
Just a moment, please. Yes, it ran at 8:30 the day after your interview, and the item that was emphasized was Chair Yankee's statement that the had the department complied with the order of determination of the task force, it would have saved the city money, and legal staff would not have had to have been allocated to respond to the complaint.
Okay, so yeah, that was largely what the point I was trying to make, which leads into my second bullet point here, which is now filing of a second case. That this is another one that came through the task force that we referred to ethics. Member Schmidt and I think Member Pilpo was there for it as well. We all attended this ethics commission hearing. When you refer them under 6735 rather than 34, at least as of their current procedures, they conduct a public hearing. So we all attended that, provided input. Ultimately, the Ethics Commission decided in that case to dismiss it without prejudice, essentially said that, you know, there's nothing we can do about this. And so the petitioner, Mr. Lataki, filed a lawsuit in San Francisco Superior Court. It's attached to here. You can read it. It largely covers a lot of the same points that you've already discussed. It's about automated license plate reading cameras, and he asked for a list of all locations. I think the most important point that he made in his lawsuit that may affect us as a body is he said he's making the claim to the court that the court should essentially ministerially enforce our orders, not rehear the case, but essentially just issue a writ that says that, you know, the case has been heard, the task force has made an order, we found that you didn't comply with the order, you must go ahead and comply with it, not whether or not how we decided the order was right or wrong. So it'll be interesting to see, A, if this gets settled, or B, if that point actually gets litigated as this makes its way to the court system. So I don't know if anyone have any questions, comments, want to discuss that. I do think it's kind of an interesting thing that we really haven't touched upon before, and maybe it's worth 5 minutes of our time.
All I wanted to say on those points, if our city attorney team can track that a little bit, or if you're tracking that, and maybe all three things to Vice Chair Stein, if you can write up a sentence or two for next year's annual report, because I think all three have great bearing on our work and are good example. I mean, if when we get to the website, we had a place to put some things on the website, we could put like a link to the KQED story, for example.
There is no link to it online, unfortunately. I asked them. They said it would run on radio and then it disappears. So they don't apparently archive it online, or else I would have done that.
Should we make a records request to them? Is it a writ record? All right. But anyway, these are the kinds of things that I think we should highlight that, you know, demonstrate that we're actually working here. We're working here.
And doing more than complaints, to Member Schmidt's point. I think this gets to some of the stuff I think that is important that we keep an eye on.
So thank you. We'll get to committees because I had a question for
Yep,
Chair.
So anything else on that?
Anybody check YouTube?
Or I asked them if they put it anywhere online. They told me no. I asked them. I said I would love to share it with everyone else. They said
Someone might have recorded it.
Maybe. I couldn't find it, but
Inquiring minds.
Who did you
know.
talk to?
Or I can tell you her name. Here, just give me one moment.
Yeah, lots of times they'll give you the raw
Yeah, Catherine
audio.
Monahan.
Okay.
That's what I asked for. She said that they weren't going to make any version of the report in audio that's saved. It just said once it runs on radio, they just talk and that's the end of it. It's live and that's it. There's no recording. So she told me. I did ask.
I believe that was the same with your statement as well, Member LaHood, because I did go back and look for the conversation with, I can't remember his name now, but I did go back and look for yours as well.
I'm trying to remember which one this even was, but okay.
Anyway, that's all I had. So if there's no other questions, comments about that, I can turn it over to the committee chair. Someone wants to go ahead.
Member Highland here, Chair at EOTC. I don't have any updates because we haven't had a meeting since January. However, I know when we do these, chair and vice chair appointments, sometimes we do committee stuff conjunction. So my learned committee member, David Pilfeld, has already ambushed Mr. Sangarardi to see if he would like to join us as a third member, because I think we might be losing Member Kumar as a committee member soon, or have we already?
I think Member Kumar said that she will not be able to attend going forward.
Okay, that
so
has been said.
Member
So-
Sangarardi, would you be interested in joining EOT?
Interested, yes. I would love to discuss it with you. And also, I'm not sure yet when it is.
Okay.
But yeah.
Maybe we could talk on Saturday. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so if you and Member Highland can.
Sure.
Okay.
For sure. Okay. And yeah, that also opens the question of when that might start, now that we're not
The
constrained.
next meeting is this month. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're officially on at 4:30, but
I think it's
or 5.
5, I thought it was.
To accommodate Member Kumar, but we might be able to start
No, I
earlier.
think we're still at 4:30. I think we did not move it.
I think we left it at 4:30 because
Right.
she was leaving. So not to move it
You
twice.
guys figured out.
Yeah, okay. All right. So
It's on item 7, actually. 4:30, May 26th.
So it's every other month on a Tuesday at 4:30.
about 2 hours. It could be earlier too. We'll talk. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it for me.
Member LaHood, anything from CAC?
Oh my gosh, we did so many compliance items. It was a late meeting. We went till after 10. It was a long one. Yeah.
You could
That's
join
it.
that committee, Joe.
I think you just made up my mind.
I should have sold it better.
Yeah.
I have something to add about that.
Go ahead, Member.
So one of the things that kind of caused us some pause was that we were receiving compliance monitoring from other committees, and we had like not enough context. And so I think it's important that if compliance is being assigned to one committee, that compliance monitoring should stay with that committee.
Yes, I heard from Member LaHood on that, and I wrote you back, but I don't think we've had it.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to connect.
Okay, so there's not to get too much into it, but that is definitely the general plan, not to bounce things back and forth. So EOT, I believe, heard things in January, right? And they were going to hear them again in March. The clerk's office erred on posting the notices properly. So we could not hold the EOT meeting. I asked if we could hold a replacement EOT meeting, noticed for the following week, and was told we could not.
Oh, so that's why our meeting was twice as long as usual.
So
Yes.
what happened is that if we had kept those in EOT, that means that 120 days, give or take, would have to go between compliance hearings. And so it was a call of, do you inconvenience CAC a little bit by trying to bring them up to speed, or do you make someone wait 120 days for just their next compliance hearing, and you can cross your fingers it would be done then. And
So in
I
other
asked
words,
them-
it's not likely to happen again.
It's not likely to
Okay.
happen again. It's not a practice to do that. It was
Okay.
only, and that's also, if you recall, our last meeting, I brought a few things also to the full task
Yes.
force, because those were other things, like the mayor one was going to go on that EOT. So I had to take what was on there and distribute it so that people weren't waiting multiple months to have something heard. So that's the backstory. It's not my intention to do that. And if we have to do it again, maybe what I'll do is ask if we could have one chair explain to the other chair where they left off. and
That
we
would
can do
help.
that. I think that might help, but
Yeah.
that was why that happened.
It was just a lot of extra time to have to listen to audio and read minutes that I just ran out of time for. So some items I felt a little bit lost to be able to on where it left off at the other committee.
I think it underscores what we were doing, but I'm not sure we're still doing, is writing really good compliance notes or forwarding to committees notes. We were doing that really well about a year ago. I don't know if we've lapsed a bit. Because it was nice to see that both for summaries for the full and for the smaller committees. So that's just,
yeah.
And you still have me on both committees, if that's a benefit, hard to say. I think, and I alluded to this in an earlier item, I think it's really important, whether we write it up or just practice it, that we're very clear when we send things for a compliance review, what we're asking for. So is it a document? Is it a change in procedure? Is it an acknowledgement from the petitioner, from the respondent? Is it something? Does it have to be 100%? Is it good enough? You know, what are we actually trying to accomplish there if we're just sitting around there for another half an hour or 45 minutes on each item and not getting anywhere? What are we accomplishing?
To be clear, I think in some cases that was explained in the order of determination, but then because it went to one committee where maybe there was some compliance, but it was incomplete, it was not clear what was left to be done.
Right.
we should almost write them assuming it's going to go to another committee. If we get in that practice, then we're kind of.
I'm sorry, was that?
We should almost write them assuming it's going to go to another committee that we'll have to pick up the pieces. I mean, you'll get lucky if someone on the original committee is on the other committee, like Member Pilkell, but not always.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we're reinventing on the fly.
So in general, I would suggest that both when we send something to committee, we should be clear on what it is we're trying to accomplish. And when, in particular, when we continue a matter, why are we continuing it? What is the information that we don't have that would help fill in the blank so we can answer the question?
I think you're absolutely right, Member Pilpel. If a committee continues a matter, it should be more than just continue to call the chair. It could be continue to call the chair.
Because we still don't have this.
Pending the, or
These two
waiting for the
questions.
documents on this. I think that would help memorialize it and help anyone who wasn't there pick up where they left off. So I think that's a great point.
I'm sensing an agenda packet list to be checked off like we do for full cases, if it helps.
Complaint committee, anything, Member Schmidt?
What?
7-day complaints month, and we've gotten through our
Microphone.
recommended.
Microphone.
And
Microphone.
we've gotten through our recommended changes, and then we're gonna move on to a couple of related issues, but they're just gonna get started up, and then our 7 to 8 complaints a month.
So to Chair Schmidt, I came to your meeting in March and we talked not just about the bylaws, but also the complaint procedures. And I was disappointed that didn't reappear at the April meeting. I know that Vice Chair Stein wanted a copy of those, and hopefully you got those in Word and have been able to spend some time on that. From Chair Yankee.
Microphone.
I don't think I did get that,
Okay.
but
Chair Yankee, can you get those to Vice Chair Stein?
maybe I did. Let me.
I thought I sent those.
Maybe
Okay.
it would have been a while ago, right?
In any event, if we could bring that back either in May or June, and I'm happy to come back and visit. Not that we get 6 members there, but no more than 5.
Sure.
To discuss the complaint procedures, because I really did put time into that. And that didn't really get to this question of compliance, but it did deal with a bunch of other things in the complaint procedures. And I think Vice Chair Stein had spent some time on that and was somewhat supportive. And it sounds like you may also be getting Member Kumar as a 4th member, perhaps like nowish.
Would that be helpful to have a 4th member on complaints?
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
do have it.
Okay, good.
Yep. I would say it's March 17th, Vice Chair Stein, I sent it.
Yeah, I found it.
All right. So if you've got that, I'm happy to come visit. And it sounds like if Member Kumar is available for this month, then I don't know, Chair Yankee, if you need to with
I'd
the
say
magic wand
let's do it on this month's calendar.
for the complaint procedures.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
And then Chair Yankee, do you need to do something to make Member
I
Kumar?
haven't discussed the particulars, so
You'll do
it's
that
not there,
offline.
there's no rush on that. It has
You'll do
nothing
that
to do with the
offline.
complaint procedure. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I think that covers everything for 6. Let's see if there's any public comment before we move on to item 7.
Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter? You can raise your hand at this time. No response.
Okay, no public comment. This was discussion only, so there's no action, and we can move on to item number 7.
Item 7, Administrator's Report.
Okay, Administrator Peterson, were you going to present this?
Yes, so for the May 6, 2026 Administrator's Report, Section 1 has the upcoming tentative hearing schedule. Are there any changes or comments?
Let's see, any members who know they're going to be absent for any of these upcoming meetings? Assuming.
Did you want to note Member Kumar's absence at a specific meeting? Or I thought she said that she wasn't going.
Member Kumar said she's no longer can serve on EOT, which is what we just discussed with, seeing if we can get Member Sanjurati on that. In the meantime, we could. I'm sorry?
I may not be at the June meeting.
The June full task force?
Yeah.
Okay.
Member Highland won't be at the July 1st meeting.
Okay.
That's a question we should ask people.
I will also not be on the June 3rd.
June 3rd, okay. So that's
Member Sanjurati?
Correct, yes.
So if I could ask everyone who's announcing that to also please email Pat and copy me on it, just so we keep a copy of it, because sometimes we miss it when it's just audio. So it sounds like we'll be down 2 members in June, but that should be fine. They could still 9, assuming we're all still holdover members and nothing changes. And down 1 member in July. Okay. Sounds like we're good there, Administrator Peterson. If we could move on to part 2.
2, we received 26 new complaints, 6 of which have been dispatched, either because there was no jurisdiction or the item was withdrawn. So advancing to section 3 with the status of.
Wait a second, Administrator Peterson, I did have a question. Let's see here. 26056. I asked you about this and I don't think I got an answer, and so I sort of want to make sure that this is resolved. This is a complaint that currently says it named the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Per our complaint procedures, we can't adjudicate matters naming ourselves, since we would theoretically have to recuse all of ourselves because it's against ourselves. So is this truly against the task force, or is it against the task force administrator? Because if it's the full task force, it cannot go to committee like it's marked on your administrator's report.
Just a moment, please. I apologize for having not responded to that. 26056. 1 moment, please.
Yes. For all the other task force members, I believe this was a complaint that came in that was about meeting minutes, meeting audio not being posted within 72 hours. This is not really something any of us as members can control. It's really a clerk's office / Sunshine administrator issue.
Was against the entire task force.
But they named the task force.
They named the task force, yes.
Right, and so they can name us, but if they name us, we can't accept it for a formal hearing because we can't, again, adjudicate matters against ourselves. So like I mentioned before, Administrator Peterson, you can either A, let them know that we can't adjudicate matters against ourselves because we would have a conflict of interest. We'd all have to recuse ourselves. Or they can choose to refile it or amend it and name the administrator or clerk of the board's office, in which case we could hear it. But it can't go to committee the way it's currently packaged.
Making notes. 1 moment, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you know, generally what you can do is you take it as advisement, that there's something that happened or what have you. Whether, I don't know whether can be considered a violation or not, but, generally it's kind of like helps us contemplate our navels.
But that's not what our procedures.
Remember, remember rules white, it does allow an informal thing, I believe, based on a flurry of emails that have come in about multiple sets of meeting minutes not being posted, or not meeting minutes, multiple sets of audio files not being posted within 72 hours. My read on this is that the person is trying to make a formal statement that there are violations, not that it's an improvement, because there's already been a back and forth with someone about this several weeks ago, and then the problem repeated itself.
Okay.
So then we start to get formal complaints.
Fair enough.
So does that clarify, Administrator Peterson, where that one can go? Okay.
Section 3 is pending petitions and complaints. That is the tally as of the production of this report, and then the tally of the items that were on the agenda that we just finished. Are there any questions on section 3?
Member Pilpel had something?
I'm actually still on 2 for a second, but it'll transition. Some of these folks, the Martha East case we just heard, the 26051. So I'm wondering if, I'm sure you had a good reason to schedule that tonight, knowing that there may be other things in the queue between December and now, but whatever.
What's your question?
I'm not sure that there's a question. Never mind. Okay, on 26060, the respondents are named there, but it sounds like that may be the Immigrant Rights Commissioner, OCEIA. I'm a little less concerned about individual names and more about what department or agency is the respondent. So I'd really prefer.
Well, they can name who they want to name. I mean, they can name individuals because it says it can be the custodian of records, and or that's who they.
Right, but they're within a department. It's not that they're free flying people. On the next page, the two.
I get clarification.
Yeah.
Shall I be listing the names on the complaint as submitted?
Yeah, it should be as they submitted. If that's their right to submit, to name who they want to admit, or name who they want to name, and then we'll have to work through that.
Right. I'm not saying they can't name whoever. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm saying.
Let's not believe at that point.
Let's move on. On the next page, the 26063 and 64, they're both from Mr. Cassiol, who we've heard from before. So if they can run together, if they're not being combined, if they can at least stay together so they're heard at the same time, that would be great. And I think the rest of it made sense. I don't. And 26068.
To the opposite of that, on 26066, now that I see that one,
yeah,
it looks like it names two totally different
there you go.
officials in city government. Those need to actually be split, because Mayor Lori and President Mandelman are not going to be able to speak to each other's respective calendars.
Presumably one is not managing the others.
Right. I can't see any reason why
Right.
Mayor Lurie would be responsible for Mandelman's calendar or vice versa. So those can't be together in one complaint.
Helping each other. Okay. I think I'm good with section 2. On section 3 of the report, I thought we had already dealt with all of 2024, but it seems to be back, and maybe that's only the Paul Knieha matter, but I'm
It's
hoping
on the agenda this evening, correct?
Got it. Okay. So I'm hoping that we work through that. In general, I'm just hoping that we can work through in date order as much as possible so that we're not jumping things that got filed last week as opposed to things from 3 months ago, unless it's a 21 be priority matter that we've already prioritized.
That is the plan.
Okay, all right.
Section 4 is the attendance records through April 1, 2026. Are there any corrections to this table?
I think Member Schmidt is misspelled.
Perfect. Leave it like that. You're off the hook.
You didn't drop the T or D, did you?
Oh, not yet.
Thank you. And then I included a communication that we received a copy of from James Chafee. This was discussed at the prior meeting. It was the letter to the Ethics Commission regarding a sworn ethics complaint. And it was received by mail at the Board of Supervisors, and a copy was provided to the task force, and it's included here. Are there any questions?
Any other questions? Okay, let's just see if there's any public comment on this
Sorry,
item.
the last bullet, the website.
Oh, that's right. Website. Anything more on the website, Administrator Peterson? I know there's been some movement, transition, and all that, and so maybe you can give us an update on where we are with the new website.
Yes, the task force is still double posting on sfgov.org and the old website because there are links between the two that have not been addressed. They're being addressed this week, and we expect to be running only the new website starting sometime next week.
Yay.
Well, maybe. Did we have any input in the decision to move to the new website, which I'm no fan of?
No, it's a citywide change.
Yeah, we've been trying to do this for about 4 years now.
So in the past, the content and form and structure of the website was generally under EOT's purview. Where are we now in terms of what's on there and color and flavor and all that? Does the task force control that? Does the clerk's office control it? Is it a joint project? What input do we have on this issue?
Mr. Young, correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe the city's IT department is providing the guidance to the Board of Supervisors IT group.
Digital Services has been leading the overall website rollout.
So if there are things that we, as this task force, would like on the website or would not like on it, or would like it structured in a certain way, how do we discuss and decide those things? Do we send that to committee? Do we discuss that at the full task force? How do we do that? Chair Yankee?
Administrator Peterson? I don't have access to the website.
I understand.
We tried this once before.
That's why
I mean, my general understanding is that the clerk's office is running this independently of our input.
Yes.
That's up to date. That has been the impression I've received. I've not received any requests for input on this.
They're working within the structure that has been provided to us, trying to translate the, I would say, more nested system that was in the old website, trying to make structure it in a way that it makes sense on the new website, given the limitations of the structure. But we're trying to include all of the information available.
You have some members of the task force who are web designers that could help.
I mean, I would certainly say if you find anything on the website that is wrong, broken, not working, misdirected, to let the administrator know right away. I've found some items on the website so far that were literally just not working or mislabeled or so forth. I think those are things that they will fix. If it's stylistic, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's
I
more,
I can recirculate the email where I asked for input from the members.
I don't remember that, but we've done.
not seen such thing.
I can provide you. I think I still have my notes from the first round that we tried to do this and were rejected. Not our suggestions, but we were rejected from using the new system. I have another question on this, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe we can find out
Yeah.
more for next time about how we can have a little more input on.
Yeah,
what-
Administrator Peterson, can you speak with the powers that be and try to get back to Member Pilpel and everyone else about if they have suggestions stylistically or otherwise, how that is best communicated and to whom?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. One of the other important projects that is an online thing is a searchable database of our orders of determination, which could, help members here and also the public, and also the respondents, the city, see what orders that we've done, what our work has been, and help either formulate better, complaints. It helps us to, prepare better for existing complaints as to how we've come up with our determinations in the past. What there could be some we can do some analysis on, what seems to be common themes and what is, kind of precedent. So that's also supposed to be coming because they were going to try to tie it into Legistar, but Legistar is supposedly they're updating it or moving to a different system, and they were going to include it in that. So I just wanted to know if there was any updates on that.
Do not have an update for that.
Okay, thank you.
And just to specific on the website, given that it takes a while for our draft minutes to be generated and final minutes to be updated and posted, regardless of when the audio is available, it was suggested that the summary of actions that goes out a day or two after our meeting, that we could find some way to post that. If that's a specific question, Administrator Peterson, if you can find out if there'd be a way to post that like by Friday, 2 days after our meeting.
The summary of actions can be posted. There is a section for that.
Oh,
great.
Well, that would be great because I think Ethics Commission does something similar, don't they?
Okay.
Where they do a summary version prior to the meeting minutes. I think.
So is that something that we want to ask if that can happen?
I think that would be
Starting
great
it?
because, I think Vice Chair Stein and I both get a copy usually of the summary of actions and give input, and we try to do any edits. Obviously, we don't have access to the audio typically at that point, but at least a couple set of eyes have looked at those. And so those are usually fairly good to go within 24 to 48 hours after our meeting.
So if we can start posting that like after tonight's meeting, that would be faboo. And maybe if people can find it, even better. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Anything else on the website? If not, let's go to public comment on item 7 as a whole.
Yes, if there's any members of item who would like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand. Or if you're on the computer, you may use it to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I don't see anybody, but I'd like to unmute HVS, who had a question that's probably not on their agenda, but I didn't want to entertain. Just so that we don't know that what's going on. They said checking on file 26020, and I don't see that on our agenda at all.
HVS, did you want to ask something? We don't read the chat. So,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I actually exchanged a couple of emails with Patricia on file number 26020, and it's been about 2 months, so I just wanted to follow up. I'm not sure if I should go back on the email. I'm sorry to disrupt anything, but since I'm here, I just thought to ask.
It would be best if you can connect offline out of the meeting to get a
Okay.
matter. You can send an email to our sotf@sfgov.org website.
I will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And
super.
administrators, please be on the lookout for that email.
No action on this item.
Yep. And we can move on to item
18.
18. That's right.
Item 18, hearing on the Sunshine Ordinance amendments.
Anything new on this, Member LaHood, or?
No, we were focused on compliance and yeah, unless has anybody reached out to anyone yet, or can you if people can reach out to supervisors and let us know if you make contact and get any positive response, that would be great.
Okay. Anything else?
There was also a 2-page letter here that I'm just seeing from the city attorney.
Yeah, that's been attached the past couple of
Yeah,
meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's meant to go with it.
Okay.
Because it sort of answers some of the questions that were still open-ended when we prepared the 2-pager.
I'm sorry. I missed it. I'll read it on my own.
Yep. Okay. No action on that, but let's see if there's any public comment.
If there are any members of the public, you can raise your hand at this time by using the application or pressing *3 on the phone. No indications for public comment.
Okay. Public comment is closed, so we can move on to item number 19.
Item 19, Commission Streamlining Update.
Okay, so there actually was a last minute update on this. I don't think it affects us, but I wanted to confirm with our DCAs. And so at the Monday Rules Committee meeting, I think Victor.
Yes, we referred the Rules Committee referred the matter to the ordinance portion of the streamlining task force to the full board without recommendation. So they will probably be taking it up at the full board on Tuesday of next week. I'm not sure what actions will happen at that time.
Now, my understanding, DCAs, is that the ordinance part does not affect the task force, however, because we are a voter initiated body. And therefore, if they do things like put term limits on or change term lengths, that would not affect any charter commission or any voter initiated board task force commission. And so regardless of how that turns out at the board, that really doesn't impact us. Any impacts on us would have to come from the charter amendment. Is that correct? Okay. So we can watch that, see how it goes, but it seems like however that goes, it doesn't change anything currently about us. And we'll have to continue monitoring as far as the charter amendment goes. Do we know when the deadline is for that?
Victor, is that like, is it?
The charter deadline is approximately, I believe, the 18th for introduction by members of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Of May?
Yes.
Okay.
The 19th of May.
Okay, so we should know within the next, couple weeks. Member Adams?
Yeah, I don't know if things have moved very recently, but when the final report was put out, the supervisors, and particularly President Mandelman, indicated pretty clearly that they weren't going to touch the charter amendment. So I wouldn't expect much to happen there unless something has changed.
Okay, so it looks like all that may have come out of this was the ordinance that the task force pushed forward and nothing more charter amendment wise. But we'll keep an eye out on it, and hopefully our June meeting, we can put that to rest, not whether or not there's going to be any changes that directly impact us.
A lot can happen between now and.
You never know. So we'll keep watching. Okay, I don't think there's any action for us to take on this, but we can see if there's any public comment.
Hey, members of the public, you can raise your hand at this time if you would like to make public comment. No indications for public comments.
Okay, no action, no public comment. We can move on to item number 20.
Item 20, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the task force.
All right, anyone have anything for this? Nope. Okay, nothing on this item, no public comment taken because we didn't talk about anything. Move on to item 21.
Item 21, adjournment.
Okay. Okay, with seeing no opposition, we are adjourned at 10:16 p.m.
Thank you.
See you later. Good to see y'all.